Hey. Before we get started, I want to thank everyone who joined since the last stream, which is to say Ezra Mystic, Anna Beatrice JC, Evenly, Brillin, Max HD 4290, Wolfendoll, Mellow DIRL, and Clouty1. Thank you guys so much for the follows, and we'll be back in about 15 seconds with getting started in the stream. Hello everyone, hello. We are back. I'm seeing we're getting a little bit of lag, but that's probably because of the menu. We're back with more CK3. It's been a few weeks since we went into this game, and so we're gonna hop back into our Byzantine game for the sake of continuity and making progress. But joining us in about 40 to 45 minutes will be the Young Ottoman. It's our resident specialist in Islamic history. And while this is before his particular time period, we're still going to talk about all the weird decisions they made. I know some amount of medieval Islamic history. He knows a little bit more than I do. And we'll look at it and be deeply confused, because, oh boy. If you thought they didn't work well for, Norway or the Byzantine Empire, it just gets worse the farther away from Western Europe you get. So, let's jump right in. So, let's see. We have picked up a decent chunk of territory on the last time, because we own the entire Aegean Islands and a little bit of, northern Anatolia, including what would eventually, actually right around the side of Troy. Ilium should be right around here. So, we are part of a great tradition or something. Anyway, let's take a look at who we've got. Refresh ourselves on what we missed last time. Oh yeah, there's heraldry. In, all of this space. No one knows why. They just needed to make up things. And, yeah. We'll talk about that eventually, probably. If you see anything particularly weird, AC, throw something in chat so I notice. And to everyone else, just hang out and no lurking, please. It's more fun when we're all talking. Anyway, let's take a look at our court. That's not our court. This is our court. So. Oh, you're a guest right now. Okay. You might leave. How are you a competent fighter? Wait. Hello? I know you've got good... Oh. Oh, wow. Actually, he's a really good knight. He's just absolutely trash. Absolutely horrifically trash at actual martial. Let's recruit him. I've got the money. It's fine. Anyway, I've got someone else. Minia Sifri. Okay. Cool. So even let's actually just turn the speed on really low while we're doing stuff. Because we've got a handful of interesting, odd people. Actually, it looks like we've only got one right now. So we've got one person who is Avar. So came from way out. She's from somewhere weird, right? Where is the Avar culture? Is that way out? I wouldn't actually say. It's part of the Turkic group. But that's a lot of territory, so it's somewhere out here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's steppes, I just can't find it on this dang map. Oh well, it doesn't super matter. Regardless, she came from somewhere out here, and we have one guy here, Minnie. Why he doesn't have a well, I don't know why he doesn't have a last name or any sort of other name. But he's from way out here. In. Oh dear. It's time. Yeah. So, Nooblord, well, it's perhaps true. Even in Berber culture, or Amazigh, they would have had patronymics. So he would be the son of somebody. Instead, he has no parents, no children, no siblings. He literally has just spawned from the ether for the sake of being decent at stabbing people. So, the fact that they're not giving him a history, even though he's lowborn, is kind of an indication of some of the biases in this game, and the limitations of how simplified it makes, not rich people. Anyway, meanwhile, the very goofy-looking Pope here has decided that potentially it's time to go crusading. I hate it. I want to try and sway you. Yep, they said the words. It's the title sequence. Here we go. What? Oh yeah, I'm in a whole bunch of wars. It doesn't really care. Cool. Recruit guest. Sway scheme. What else is going on? Let's zoom in on ourselves again. Take a look at our council here, who we've got. Cool. Nothing too weird there, okay? My marshal is not amazing at marshalling, but I don't have... Oh. Oh. I see. Hello? Isn't he the guy I just recruited that was pretty meh? Had like 2? Okay. Apparently, the game just straight up lied to me, and this guy is actually a god. Anyway. Let's see. I don't really care about... Like, you're not good, so... Let's take a look at what things you've got. Yeah, you don't actually want to be... He wants to be the bishop, but I'm not able to do that. So, I'm gonna make my marshal ridiculously good at marshalling. Because, yeah, he also needs to be... He also pretty much always needs to be, the head of my army, because... He is really... No, this must be a different guy. But yes, I'm gonna make him my marshal, because, even though that makes this guy go to a -30. Once I sway him, it'll be fine. Who did I recruit? Oh, I recruited this guy. Okay. Who's just a good fighter. But goddamn, this guy is incredible at martial work. And, amusingly, since I am currently still working in the Byzantine Empire, he gets a bonus to everyone I'm actually, like, dealing with, because he, all these guys are technically Christian, while out here, it'll take until we get, well, this is the culture map. Let's go to the realm map. Oh, that is realms, okay. Let's see this. Faith. Yeah, all the way out here. we're gonna be fine, and then it isn't until we eventually potentially start fighting with the Ashari, or Sunni, uh, Islamic world that he loses that bonus. Oh no, I didn't know she had leprosy. That's not good. Thank you, Morgan, for the Prime subscription. Yep, we're going to talk about this once TYO gets on, because... Oh boy. Oh boy. There's a lot to look at here. It's not great. We talked about this last time, Reed, but, yeah, a lot of this is just not how it worked at all. So, it'll be interesting to see when we dig into that how much weird stuff shows up. But I do not feel confident in being able to do that on my own, so we will spend the first hour here, we're gonna spend like the first hour here just focusing on playing the game and actually making progress, so that we're not exactly where we were last time after we spent 3 hours talking about all the nonsense in the game. Anyway, can lawfully imprison people. Who can I declare wars? I can declare it against the Duke of Athens. He would trash us. I have no allies. Hilarious. Oh, I don't care about that, thank you. Monthly prestige per dread. Yes, quite. What does August actually do? Wow, that's pretty good. That's actually really good. Firm hand. And then we can get Praetorian Guard. And yeah. Fabricate a claim on... Where? Where am I fabricating a claim on? Up here. Yes. I will actually do that. Even though the guy likes me, I'll do that anyway. Let's see, so... That is our council. For some reason, you are fabricating a claim. Opportunity to get unpressed claim. Yeah. We'll do that, and then that actually puts us right in contact with Constantinople. Obviously, it is super nonsense that we'd be able to do this, because, realistically, our king is, I believe, still Basil, right? Yeah, it still is Basil first. He would not have been okay, with local, lords acting out in this way. It just... Their squabbles would be the Empire's squabbles, and so that what we are doing is a fast track to get ourselves kicked out of the Byzantine Empire or executed, or both. So, not great. Oh, interesting. I could also look at trying to claim this bit of Achaia. But, wow. Wow, he's super rich. Okay. Anyway, what else can we do? We're okay on money. Yeah, low county control. Whoops. Where is that? Huh. That's really low. Council. There we go. That should fix that problem. Hey, Raptorus! I know. Right, guys? The super weird idea that I might actually have... Huh. What is this war against? I don't even know who it's against. Oh. It's against these guys? I suppose I could actually go, like, help out my vassal against that. Even though it's almost done. Or help out my liege, not my vassal. But I could also, instead of doing that, where's my capital? Abydos. So is that not actually my capital? Construct new hold. Peculiar. There it is. Okay. Oh, someone else is already building a... Who's working on a... Wait, what? What do you mean? Another building is already under construction. Oh, are you still working on it? Yeah. Okay. Then we will just speed up. Let's see. Can I know it's not very many people, but I could just... Well, where actually is this war? Why can I not find it? Is this down here? Duchy of Chaldea? No. Okay, it's right here. I knew it was close. Yeah. Okay, so this is actually just tiny. But pretty much everyone, well, interesting. So the Carolingians are currently beating each other to a pulp over here, and we're pretending to not be involved. Oh, come on. Come on. Interesting. My marshal, just got even better. Incredible. I love that. Uh-huh. Yep. These look... Oh, these guys actually enemies? These guys are actually enemies. We should actually, like, raise our guys and do something about that. Huh. First Raiders of Oscala. Hello. Yes, my marshal is in charge of them. We will head out here. And they will do their thing. Hello, Second Army of Constantinople does nothing. And another weird thing. So in this game there is no naval combat, which is not amazing. I can no longer ask. Oh. Well, they're already rallied, so... Hi guys, you're gonna go here instead. Cool. He likes me now, which is awesome. And yeah, so right now we have... Oh, we are paused. Let's unpause. Sorry, I need to pause here to take a look at who is the... What is the state of this war? Can I check? Let me check. Ongoing wars. Here it is. So, attackers, defenders, we are in trouble, and we have no allies, do we? Huh. I cannot, This is gonna be fun. Yeah. The goal here was to have was to talk about naval combat, but I think we're gonna be too busy worried about getting dunked on by our people. Where is this? So who is actually attacking us? Let's just play aggressively for the time being while we have the opportunity, and see how that goes for us. Because, yeah, I think that's our only option. Good, there's a siege going on there, and we should dunk on this siege pretty quickly. What we don't have is a lot of ability to... We don't really have the money to make any of this work. Ooh. Meanwhile, though. So, we're just gonna be careful here. And go. Ha! Thank you, Matt. Yes. I'm just gonna play aggressively, and however well that works is however well it works, because I don't think I win a defensive war with this many small squads running around being a problem. But if they're gonna attack Abydos, that could cause an issue. Are they actually... Are these guys neutral? These guys are neutral. Okay. Yeah, they're going to Abydos, but hopefully we can finish this siege and then break the siege of Abydos before it becomes a problem. Because, yeah, it is not really sensible for me to be, focusing... Let's see. So they just reinforced. No, they're going somewhere else. Okay. Slow back down. We've got max of 22 days. Yeah, we have plenty of time. Okay. Ha! Whoops. Genshin Impact, I've heard, is an excellent game, but I have no idea about how much historical info there is in it. Let's go over here, because we are nearly in trouble there. But it should be, we should win that fight, no problem. Not least because our marshal is way, way, way better than theirs. I want to check their army, please. Sheesh. Okay, they may not actually have a leader of their army. Unlike me, who is gonna dunk on them because my marshal is a god. My marshal is actually a god of man. A god among men. Cool, where did my... Thank you. Army, please. Hey! I got another little kid. Aw. Some happiness in the midst of all of this. Oh, wow. That was clutch. This was incredibly clutch. I have acquired child and I have acquired money. Interesting. Where else can I actually go? Because he doesn't have a lot of oomph. And, you know, this guy, for having all of his friends, none of them seem to have actually, you know, shown up. Oh, good. I lose all the money that I just got, but I get the unpressed claim. Which will let me, you know, fairly quickly once I build up a little bit of cash. Oh, hello? Me? Spymaster? Are you sure? This seems bad. This seems dumb. This seems like a bad idea. We'll do it. Even though that may make me have to do weird stuff. Hello? Army? Please bust up this siege. Because they don't stand a chance. At all. Wow, that was tragic. That whole squad just died. We just killed them. Oh, awesome. We got the sun. There's no other places. How do I win this fight without just chasing them around? Oh boy. My older daughter is apparently a problem. Okay, I guess we'll try and intercept these guys. I don't know if we'll succeed. But I don't know how else I'm supposed to win this without this war, with nowhere else to besiege. There's nowhere else to besiege, so, Oh, whoa. For some reason, you are coming through my desktop audio. Hello, though. So,
Yeah.
let's see. How are you guys hearing TYO on your end? We are paused. So, for just a moment here. Let's double check that.
You want me to like just test?
No, yeah, you guys are hearing him through that. This is weird. Let me.
I can like speak louder. I don't know. Is it that? Is it just that I'm being quiet?
Uh, you know what I'll do is I'll turn up my desktop audio, and then I will turn down the game audio, and hopefully those should balance each other out.
Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Take number next. Talking?
Uh, any better?
Testing. Very far away. Yep, it is not better. This is weird. I have no idea. Let me, next step would be to check in Discord's audio, for me, and to make sure that...
I could like scream. I could scream.
Nah. I'm gonna check in my audio settings, make sure that it's actually running things into my... Yeah. Okay. This should help it. It's... Hopefully it's now running things into... Okay. Let's see. How's that doing? Talk?
Any better?
Testing? Talk some more so we can test.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe the distant Ottoman. Oh.
The distant Ottoman is less distant.
Oh, still far away. Reed's still not hearing it very well.
Peculiar. Okay, we'll turn you up even further. Okay, you are up all the way. So, try it again.
Any better?
Testing. Keep talking. How are you doing, man?
All right. Hopefully, Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems to be better now.
Perfect.
All right.
And
Sick.
the audio in-game should be quiet enough that it won't overrun you, which is perfect.
Awesome.
Welcome. To the few of you who don't know,
great to be here, man.
This
Thanks
is
for having me.
the young Ottoman, our resident expert in, well, as the name might suggest, mostly the Ottoman Empire, which we are, 500 years before the emergence of the Ottomans and 600 years before they become the dominant force in the Islamic world. But that's okay.
Yeah, no, they're a long ways off, but we have other things we can look at that are just as interesting. We promise.
Absolutely. We will do the unsubtle way because I don't necessarily have the prestige to make this work. Anyway, I don't know how much you saw, but we are at war to defend our fabricated claims on other places. But frustratingly, I am going to win this war if they will stand still long enough for me to actually hunt them down.
Huh. Yeah, wait, are you in Anatolia right now?
Yeah, I am. I'm playing as the Duke of the Aegean Islands. So, I am currently also Basil the Great, or, yeah, Basil the First's, oh no. That's not good. I'm Basil First Spy Master for no obvious reason. Huh. We are going to win because we have more people, even though somehow, somehow my god just got killed in battle.
Oh, rip.
He had 25 prowess. And he just died. But we won the fight, so let's fix that. Quick, new marshal. I need people who are powerful vassals who want... Well, you're a decent fit there. And as Chancellor... I got a lot of people who are really crappy at Chancellor. Wow. Look at that diplomacy. What makes you unhappy? You are powerful and want a seat on the council. Okay. I know, I should make this guy. I should make this guy my chancellor. No. Okay, here we go. We have filled those up. It's fine. We're fine.
Are
I
the
promise.
titles just kind of like standardized across? Because I mean, I'm seeing like count and mayor, and
Yeah,
they just kind of standardized.
it does seem that way, yeah. We are close. I just really need to hunt down these guys before we get in too much trouble. Because I just don't have a place... I don't have anywhere else I can besiege to win battles. So I need to either wait for them to start besieging me, some of my places, or for them to stop running away long enough for me to actually, you know, go fight win. Thank you, Raptors. I need a commander in this. Oh, crap. I guess it's me. I guess I am the commander.
I guess I'm the commander.
Exactly. Because, if I have double the prowess of anyone else.
AC says Muslim heraldry. What the hell do they mean by Muslim heraldry? I'm kind of terrified by the thought of just hearing that.
Oh, yeah,
Outside of like Granada, I don't know if there's anything in sort of the classical heraldic sense that.
hang on.
that
Let's find... there it is.
the mosque's bishoprics thing. Oh god, that sounds awful. That sounds so bad.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, we will do that because it is a real thing. But yes, look at this crest of the House Abbasid, because apparently, the House Abbasid is a thing. I don't understand.
I also do not understand.
We are. Yeah. This is rough. I can't read Arabic well. Not that I'm not sure this is legible anyway.
Yeah. It's pretty small.
Yeah.
Empire tier Rome. Dynasty.
Yep.
What the hell?
Yes.
Okay, wait. So, I don't. So wait. How does the dynasty head function? Is that separate from the house, the head of the house?
No. That is the same. The house head is the head of the dynasty. So, let's see. So we can go into the whole family tree from the legendary, the legendary Abbasid, who is totally a real person. We promise. Don't worry about it.
Abbas the Abbas.
Totally.
Supposedly, I guess they mean like the prophet's uncle, Abbas, like the companion. But I don't know if his name was. I don't think his name was Abbas Abbasid. And there's a lot of steps in between that they're kind of jumping over there.
And then Abdullah and Ali and Muhammad and Caliph al-Mansur. And we get into the whole Caliph, after the actual almost going into real history,
Wow.
with al-Mansur being the first of the Abbasid caliphs. And then
It's
heading...
very strange how this tree is laid out, because I don't think that this is like, it kind of implies that the Abbasids saw their line as like this, like they built dynastic trees in the ways that, you know, a European house might build a dynastic like tree representing their lineage. But like the way that house, like, I mean, we do have like examples of genealogical records, obviously, but the way they're laid out is pretty different. Like they won't, like they have the you know, obviously the lineage of the person is inside their name. So they don't really, there's not like these large constructed trees, and houses are just, they just list all the members of a given generation, and then maybe who was the current, like, who was the caliph at the time. And there won't be any mention of like, a lot of the relations between them or anything like that. Like, they seem almost insignificant in a way, like between a brother or a cousin or something. Because I guess because it's mostly contained in the name. But yeah, it's just weird to see it laid out like this.
Yeah, it's also weird that, pretty much the entire squad here has an actual surname, and that surname is Abbasid. Because if I'm remembering my incredibly elementary Arabic right, that basically just means that they're part of the family of Abbas, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, but he would be Musa ibn Ali ibn Abdullah.
Yeah, Al-Abbasi, yeah, or some exactly, yeah. It wouldn't just be like a conventional surname. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this is a case of localization trying to create something that's kind of weird. Trying to localize it to an American sensibilities ends up just looking incredibly freaking weird. Interesting. So, I mean, like, some of these individual names do actually show it. So, like, the current caliph is Caliph al-Mutaz ibn al-Mutawakkil of Abbasid.
Of Abbasid.
Which
Nice.
was, it's just Abbasiyah?
Yeah, Al-Abbasi. Yeah, I wasn't critiquing you. I was just like laughing at the way it was.
Yeah, it's a dumb way of translating al-Abbasiyah. Given that they didn't translate the rest of it, the fact that they are translating that to kind of fit in their stock, like, stamped dynastic generator is
definitely.
wild.
Actually, how are armies represented here, like or like vassals? Because I mean, I'm kind of interested since we're at Al-Mutawakkil, right? Presumably, I think he was. I saw him as.
We're one generation later, Al-Mutaz.
Oh, all right. We're just after. So I'm wondering, what exactly are how are vassals structured in the game? Like.
Pretty much is an idealized form of French 12th, 13th, 14th century feudalism.
Oh God.
All the way through. Yes, your reaction is mine. Let's see. Let's look around the area here. So we have the Beylik right around our. Where are we? Okay. Right around Samarra here, we have the whole Walaya, and then. Oh, what? Excuse me? Oh, he's an historian. Okay. Phew. I was going to be scared for a moment. Because I was like, why the hell is there a bishopric doing right next to Samarra? But no, he's an historian.
I mean, it's kind of like the time period is really interesting, but I think that if you're having problems modeling the relationships between the caliph and his marcher lords, I think you're gonna have a lot of problems because this is right now we're at the anarchy at Samarra, right? Like it's happening now. This is I guess the period conventionally called the anarchy, right? We have the Hirids, the Saffarids. I think I saw them over there, towards Iran. But yeah.
Yeah, they're a freaking gigantic. Like, they're actually bigger than the Abbasids, technically.
Yeah, and I mean, that's correct for the period, but I think, it's not like that they have a convent. Are they currently, vassals? I don't understand the way.
Let's see. No, they are a kingdom rank realm. Looks like they are just an independent, kingdom.
That is bizarre.
Yeah.
It's very bizarre.
Because he has no liege stated, so,
Is it
Amir,
actually
Amir Amaran Yaqub.
It's actually Yaqub ibn Layth. Yeah, it's him. It's the
Yep.
guy himself.
Yep.
But there's no way that he would be that Yaqub ibn Layth considered himself an independent ruler. It's nonsense. I mean, obviously, I think they might just trying to do it to model the sort of Can vassals fight each other in this?
Yes,
in the
absolutely,
game?
all the time. It's encouraged.
Okay, so then I don't know what the point of this was.
Yeah.
because yeah, I think that my thought was that they were trying to model the Safar Tahirid war between like the Safar breaking the back of the Tahirid power in Iran and taking most of the Iranian plateau. From he was already the emir of Sistan and Baloch, but eventually he does away with the Tahirids, who used to be the main eastern frontier magnates that the Abbasids relied on. But anyways, like, I mean, none of these guys considered themselves independent of, and I mean, wouldn't have been. Their legitimacy was built on this relationship with the Caliph. Even
Exactly.
if they held a lot, like an extreme amount of independence, right?
Like, yeah, they are de facto independent because he's busy with other things. He's not going to go wandering way out into Iran to go check on them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, exactly. It's
but
not like,
the
it's
game
not just
models
like,
that already. That's the weird thing.
oh, and yeah, and they don't use it.
Yeah, because, like, you can have a liege at the Empire level. It's just, well, actually, let's check in the. Oh yeah, they just have this generic Persian Empire as something different from the Abbasids
The fuck?
at the Empire level.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't know.
All right.
I wonder. Faith? Nope. They're all
yes.
supposed to be Ash'ari.
Yes, the Persian Empire.
Yeah, the thing that has definitely existed since the beginning of the Islamic diaspora.
Oh, Turan. Oh my god.
Definitely a real thing since the Sasanians went kaput, right? Oh boy.
Oh my. Are they aware that like within the Abbasids, like they were already like, I mean, the vizier was already for a very long time a Turk at this point. Like
Yeah, I mean the Seljuks are well on their way to dominance.
Yeah, they're coming. I mean, like the anarchy is basically, I mean, I guess you couldn't say kicked off by, but at least is marked by the use of these Turkic mercenaries, right? And obviously, it's a big part in the Islamization of Turks to begin with. But yeah, no, the Grand Vizier of the Abbasids is a Turk. So I'm not sure exactly what the hell is going on here.
Let's go ahead and check on him, because I'm sure we can find him in his our court. In his court? Do we have the power to check on that? I'm not sure we have the ability to check on that, but I want to check on who is. Yeah, there it is. Guest. Those are all guests. Those aren't vassals.
What year are we in at the moment?
893, but that most of the pieces from 867 should still be alive.
Oh.
Yeah, cause as soon as the game gets started, any sense of historicity goes sailing out the window.
Alright, yeah, I guess, yeah, I can understand that, actually.
Because they just set a bunch of AI in motion, and then they will randomly generate stuff. But most of the pieces from 867, which was the start date of this game, should be intact. I just need to figure out who is the actual...
When the game begins, is the Zond Revolt already happening? Like, is it modeled?
I don't know, to be honest.
Kind of a big
I am not super familiar with 9th century Abbasid history, so why don't you go into more detail as to what that is and where it is, so we can find out.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, so what? So, wait, should I start with the Zanj, or maybe the Anarchy in general?
Let's start with, which comes first? The Zanj is a little bit like in early stages of it, right?
Yeah, the Zanj is part of the Anarchy, I guess you could say. Yeah, here. So the Zanj themselves is a rebellion of I guess you could say Arabo-African slaves in Iraq, and it's I think the largest pre-modern slave rebellion since Spartacus. I'm pretty sure that's where it is. And I mean, it wasn't just a slave rebellion. Like they had actually functioning like a functioning state for a long time. They minted coinage. Like it was a lot more of, like, I guess you could say it was, by the end of it, it was more like state on state warfare rather than a revolt of slaves within the within Abbasid hegemony. But yeah, it came at a really bad time for the Abbasids. They were already dealing with a lot of issues as it was. They had, I mean, there was already like infighting between what had previously been dominant within the military, the Irano-Arabo, like sort of the mixed marcher lords. And I mean, the Saffarids over there are kind of an example of that, right? Like these frontier magnates from an Islamized old Iranic aristocracy, more or less. And these guys are being pushed out by Mamluk slave soldiers, right? Turks mostly, although there are also some from other places. And these guys are basically fighting for dominance of the caliphal institution. And during this time, there's also, the slave revolt happens, and basically no one has the chops to deal with it for a very long time. It invades and successfully sacks the city of Basra, which is not a minor city at all. There's interesting like reports of like women with like black slave women with like the heads of like the guards and the guards of prisons. Like it's pretty cool. But it's a really wild period, and it'd be a shame if it isn't modeled in some way or form.
Yeah, you said it was Basra that they managed to sack?
Yeah.
So, because I wonder if we can find the city of Basra in here. But anyway, I'm looking through the caliph's vassals here, and the only one that's Turkic at this point is this Patriarch Chur, who is Nestorian. And so it's probably not who we're looking for. But he's literally the only Turkic guy in his court, at least in this game. Yeah, I suspect that's more likely because whoever was the Grand Vizier died.
And they just put in a random guy.
They put in a random guy. Oh crap! Are those enemies?
What's really interesting is that like Yaqub ibn Layth al-Safar, when he actually like does get taken out, right? Like the guy who's basically the Saffarids, they are born and die with this one guy named Yaqub. The guys who beat them include the Zand rebellion generals, like this general named Ali al-Aban, and the actual like an Abbasid prince who never becomes a caliph, but is sort of famous as this general prince. I guess he's kind of like Edward the Black Prince. I guess you could think of him as an analogy. That's not really a good one, but I mean just as a rough comparison, Al-Muwaffaq and Ali al-Aban, they actually teamed up to beat him. Like there was like a weird like my enemy of my enemy is my friend between like the slave rebellion general and the actual Abbasid prince. It's cool. Like it's a very interesting period.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. And I suspect like if it existed, it's mostly just that they
And I mean,
weren't.
Like, this is also just after the Khurramite rebellion, like with the that sort of semi-Zoroastrian, semi-Shia revival rebellion by Babak Khurramuddin. I'm not sure if they're done by now. They've already been defeated, but it's like there was still Khurramites in like Daylam and other parts like Gilan and these other Caspian parts of Iran. I wonder if they're still around.
We can check. Let's see. So way down.
Like right around. What is going on over there?
That's a good question. What is going on here? So we have an Alevite Emirate.
Is that just like their way of saying that there are Shias there?
They claim to be Zaidi. I have no idea if that's.
I think they're trying to use when people say Alevite, they often use it like as a catch-all term for all of the various dynasties of northern Iran that claim descent from Ali, obviously, but I don't think that's a very that's a very outdated 1920s terminology. It's very bizarre to see.
This is wild. I don't know Shia theology, but I'm noticing there's a huge lack of anything that resembles Shiism.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Zaydism definitely existed, but I don't know if I would call it the institutional religion in Jilan. Like it's a lot. I don't know. It's very complicated to say the least.
Oh, and there's like three apostles Zoroastrianism left. Hilarious.
Oh, all right. Actually, I think that might be an attempt to show the remnants of the Horamites. Maybe I don't know.
Oh no, let's check what these realms are. They're completely buried, but in Juan and Farava. Yeah, it does look like it, cause let's check. This guy here is part of the. Check it. We can check in his dynasty and see how he's doing. Oh, he is just the top of it. Okay, there's just no history in this dynasty. Boring.
Yeah, I have no idea who these guys are.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's entirely possible that they are completely made up, but they are Tajik culturally, according to the game.
Huh. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, wait. This is very interesting because Tajik already exists as a culture.
Yeah. I mean, I would not take that too strongly because they kind of make cultures pretty well. One, nonsense, and two, they just kind of are perpetual and always, and it just kind of shapes what the tech trees will be. So yeah, but it does say they already exist as a culture.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's very bizarre. Because I mean, Tajik is kind of like I don't know. It's a term with like a very fraught history. Yeah, like I mean, and I guess for a lot of history, it just sort of meant like a relative, like an Iranic person in Central Asia who was like just any Iranic person in Central Asia.
Oof, that's a lot of diversity. That is
Yeah, exactly.
not represented.
Which is why people call them sometimes like you'll see Eastern Persian in a lot of older stuff. I mean nowadays, or I mean I guess as you get to like the early modern period, it begins to end the Islamite and the Shiification of Iran with the Safavids. It comes to sort of mean Sunni Iranic people. But yeah, no, it is not like anything approaching like a unified culture. Like you wouldn't. I mean, it's almost synonymous with like Persian, saying Persian.
Yeah, they do separate it. I just switched over into the culture map here. So we have a Persian culture group, a Dalamite culture group.
I can understand Delam.
And up here we have
exactly is the
Khwarezmian,
difference?
which is going to be
What is
fun.
the difference between the Tajik and the Persian here? I'm really confused. Wait, Khwarezmian is separate?
Yeah, Khwarezmian is separate.
Are they not like? Is there not like a broader? I don't understand how they. Okay, so are they dividing it based on like? So the Turks are not included together. The Khwarezmians are not put with the other Iranicized groups.
Let's see. They are part of the broad Iranian group. So looks like Dalamite, Persian, Tajik, Khwarezmian, Afghan, Baloch, Sogdian. Yeah.
Yes, the
So that
Oghuz
there's this
culture.
big cluster in here that is, and Kurdish are listed as all Iranian groups. Well, Oghuz, Kimek, Khazar.
Did Reed say cultural tech tree in the
Cultural
chat?
tech tree.
What does that even mean?
Let's take a look at that. We'll use the Tajik one here. Actually, it's egregious, so let's use the Greek one. So, the game divides technology levels into 4 eras, like Age of Empires does, which is a decision. So, Tribal is beginning of the game to 900. Early Medieval is until 900 till 1050. And then High Medieval. And then Late Medieval.
Yes,
because this is
periodization.
This is a periodization that makes perfect sense for literally frickin' nowhere. Because, to just, use France, the place where it's supposed to work, Tribal ignores the Carolingian Renaissance.
Yes.
No, Charlemagne and his palace at Aachen is tribal. The foundation of Paris and its rise to temporary dominance, as well
Russian
as
Russian is already an identity.
yes, yes.
Like, um,
No, no,
I'm
hang on. Here it is. Prussian is already an identity.
oh god.
It is
Oh, man.
893. It is December 893, and the Prussian Empire has been born.
Do they mean like the old Prussians, like the Baltic peoples of the region?
I
I
mean,
don't know.
yes, they do. But you know, they're separating Prussian and Lithuanian and Estonian
Oh,
into
Oh,
meaningful cultural differences that we can actually identify in material culture. In
yeah. So it's still just a fabricated distinction.
exactly. Meanwhile, you know, there's a unified culture that is Norse.
The North.
You know, it's bad. The way they're dividing cultures is very much based in modern nationalism and later history. A mix of those, because this is the Prussian homeland. From when Prussia starts becoming an entity, worth looking at in what, the 18th century. Yeah, later 17th, early 18th century. Was when they become a politically significant entity, with the collapse of Poland, Lithuania. Yeah, pretty much after the 30 Years' War, I guess.
No, yeah, definitely. It feels
So-
very similar to like the weird Persian Tajik separation. It's like a lot of these feel very artificial, or at least back projecting at the very least.
It super is. But anyway, Greek is also still tribal. Which, look at what their things in their tribal are. Learning about technology such as the Motte Bailey Castle. Or,
Yes, the necessary step in the development of every civilization.
or the Onager. Or currency. Or a casus belli. Such spectacular things. And then you have some region-specific ones. So the Norse cultures. It's based on geography. So you
When it's independent.
longships or camels or canoes or elephants or woots, because you know they definitely weren't importing pattern welded steel from India by the 9th century. No way. There's no way Damascus was already known for its production of wood steel. It's bad. It's complete nonsense to suggest that, because, you know, it basically denies that in addition to technologies, or in addition to physical materials moving, it also denies that ideas can move. And
what's going on with Afghan there?
Afghan.
I'm gonna want to dial that back a bit. Does that say Afghan?
Yep. Yep.
Good God.
Want to go into why that's kind of a
Yeah.
nonsense designation for this time period?
Yeah, so an Afghan identity does not exist. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Really, like it's just in and of itself, it doesn't make any sense for the period. I mean, there are different see, especially that delineation as separate from Tajik. A lot of people who are in Afghanistan would be considered Tajik or an Eastern Persian, I guess, because there is also no functional difference between a Tajik and an Afghan. You know, parts of this were obviously who's currently listed as ruling at in Afghanistan.
The culture head of the Afghan culture is Amira Zaria Kichakalar.
Oh,
In Shahi. So,
yeah. Not sure what to do with that. Actually.
oh? I know nothing about this part of the world at all, so... Is this weird in some way?
Yeah, no, this is very strange. Yeah, I don't get it in the slightest.
So what's making it so bizarre?
Okay, well, Tajik is not a Turkic word, alright? Leave me alone, Rumi. Yeah, I think that's probably what they did. They probably just fabricated a culture head.
Okay, it's just a complete made her up. Let's make that correction. Made her up to have a culture head.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Which is significant, and it is nice that they, out in some places of the world, are. Actually, I think it's. Theoretically, anywhere in the world can at some point have a female sovereign, and it's okay. They get penalties, but they're fairly small penalties. And that's cool, but I have feelings on that.
I mean, the word Afghan was never hadn't been used yet in this period. Like I don't, it didn't exist. I'm pretty sure the first time that the term Afghan gets used is like with Mahmud of Ghazni and like around then, like in the about like 990 to like thousands to like the at least at the turn of the millennium, like I think
Okay.
is where the term Afghan actually gets some sort of currency. I'm pretty sure it hasn't even been written yet.
Okay, well, I mean, at least it is a medieval term, and they're not back projecting so far.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't. Yeah, I guess the term existed. Obviously, I don't think that there was an Afghan identity in the way we think about it. I mean, that comes with like Durrani, right, and and like his empire after Nader Khan, right, and yeah, it's definitely like an Afghan identity is much older than the usage of the term. It's like Tajik. Tajik existed, but it was not used in the way it is used now. Not even close.
Yeah. Also, it looks like that's supposed to be part of the Safarid Grand Emirate. It's just all of these count as vassals. Let's see how big. Yeah, there it is. All the way up through modern Afghanistan and around to the coast of Pakistan and Iran. Well, southern Iran. Which is interesting. What is this one? He is Tajik culturally. No, he's... Okay, so he must be based right in this little corner. This is an odd one. The Samanid Grand Emirate is actually... I do kind of like the fact that this political border has nothing to do with the cultural border. Literally zero relationship.
Samanids are really interesting. I quite like them especially as like sort of as a representative of what's called like the Iranian intermission, like sort of the revival of a Persianate identity after the Sassanid Empire falls, right? Obviously, and it's like sort of considered the interlude between the decline in direct Abbasid rule. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of writing these days on what it actually meant to have an Abbasid decline and whether or not it was just sort of like actually a reorganization of the way they interacted with their vassals. But anyway, that's not the point.
I mean, that's absolutely the point, but we can get to it later.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, and then obviously, like you mentioned earlier, the coming of the Seljuks, right? There's this gap we have called the Persian, sometimes called the Persian Renaissance, although that's pretty ahistorical. But yeah, no, the Samanids are really interesting in that process.
Cool.
Yeah, the guy who founded the family himself was a Zoroastrian. Like his family was like from a priestly line, and who converted to Sunni Islam and sort of just kept his previous aristocratic title. Like he just sort of slid in from right from being like the lead. I don't know much about Zoroastrianism, but he had in his family line he was a religious leader and he just transitioned to being an imam and his family kept doing that. Yeah, and I mean this isn't very unusual either. Like if you remember what are they called? It is escaping me at the moment. Anyway, I'll think of it later. But yeah, this under Samanid like control, Bukhara was easily like an equal to Baghdad in intellectual production. Yeah, and I mean, people talk a lot about Safarid and Buyid's, like usage of Persian, but it was nothing compared to the revival of the literary use of Persian under the Samanids. Yeah, there's
Mhm.
like obviously there's a very famous Samanid line here in this like the language is Persian, the kings are Persian, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure like that's I guess that's the most famous thing associated with them. But yeah, no, it's very cool. Avicenna lived in the Samanid Empire. Yeah, like they're an
Oh yeah.
interesting group.
So I mean, so if he lived there, I mean, they're not quite as far historically. They're not quite as far
Are
off to
they
this.
Maturidi? Okay, I think Rumi is
They
listening,
are
so I'm
maturity.
not quite sure. I don't think that they were. I don't know if they were honestly. They are Sunni,
Hmm.
um, but I don't know if they were particularly.
Yep. Were they actually this far east historically, or are they occupying a little bit closer to
Yeah,
at least what I would consider the Persian
yeah. I
heartland?
mean, this isn't also like this isn't like right after their height. Like their peak is sort of with Nasser ibn Ahmed, and where he he dominates basically all of Khorasan, all of Transoxania.
And which
Um,
what years was that? Ish.
that's what.
Ooh,
Not Nasser ibn Ahmed. I don't know.
yep.
I'm sorry. I was in the chat. Oh yeah, that was like in the early 900s. I guess like
Oh,
basically from 900 to 950 or something.
so right now, we are 7 years before that.
Oh, that is awful. Then that is so bad. That is so bad.
Yeah. Part of that is
I
that
mean,
I mean
to
the
be fair,
game's
a
been
lot
running for
does
a while.
change very quickly in this period.
Hmm.
Like very quickly. Like the Safavids are about to like just poof out of existence. Um, but yeah, and the Tahirids still existing, like at least in the form they are now, is kind of strange.
So we're after like their power gets broken, right? Where, I mean, this is
Yeah,
a
by
this is
Safar.
still
Yeah,
a realm
exactly.
group level. So yeah, this they're still looking like approximately equal in authority to the
Yeah, no,
Safavids.
it's very strange that all of these guys are like equally powerful. Yeah, exactly. Seemingly like relatively on even footing states. Like, because I mean, the Safavids, the rise to power of the Safavids was based on breaking the back of the Tahirids as the Eastern magnates for the Abbasid Caliph. Like, that's how they got the title. That was his whole thing.
Uh huh. Yeah.
But
Oh,
yeah,
there was one
it's
other
very weird.
hilariously stupid thing I saw on the culture map that I want to just point out. This gigantic Bedouin culture group
Wait, what?
in which the city of Mecca is Bedouin culturally?
What?
Question mark.
What?
Yeah, I these culture groups. The more you look into them, I appreciate that they're trying to show the diversity here, uh, and they are trying to be fairly nuanced in trying to get geographic differences. I'm just not persuaded that they did it particularly well because places are only allowed to be culturally one thing. They can be politically a different thing, but they're culturally one thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's a pretty rough way to model it. Yeah.
Yeah, which exactly the problem with that is not inherently. Oh yeah, of course, culturally one thing, and so someone in
Oh, I want to be separate too. God, man, just kill
well,
me.
someone in modern Libya and someone in modern Western Sahara or Morocco, depending on who you ask, are culturally the same thing. And oh wait, this is weird. They're able to model both. Uh,
Hey, then why? What's the purpose then?
so what it is if let's check that if the person in charge uh of a county is a different culture than that county's liege, it represents it with this stripey symbol. But they could do that everywhere. They could just have
Yeah,
this multicolored fun map, and it would be awesome.
kind of. Yeah, no, exactly. It's kind of like the thing we were talking about earlier. With they had a way to model the relationship between the caliph and their the marcher magnates, but just for some reason it wasn't employed. And it baffles you. It really baffles you.
Yeah, exactly. Because this is supposed to be like, if we check on an empire level map, that's kingdoms. The Abbasid Empire at this point should, I mean, this should stretch even farther this way, right? Because we're still pre-Fatimids, so it should go even farther here into the Maghreb.
And to be honest, okay, the Tahirids and Safarid war, it wasn't a war to break Abbasid power or anything like that. Like, this Persian Empire as a separate entity doesn't exist. It's part and parcel of the sort of, any more than why would the Tulunids be considered part of the Tulunids, the Turkic dynasty in Egypt? Why are they part of the Abbasids, and the Safarids and the Tahirids are not? It doesn't make any sense. It's crazy.
Exactly. And this admittedly is this is the de jure map, though the concept of de jure is a nonsense idea outside of anywhere that is not a very small part of Europe for a very short amount of time. But that means they've arbitrarily assigned things into empires to help as a convenience to help players kind of expand. The problem is that that's implying something that is not real. Basically, it's like the de jure is inheritance of the classical era, kind of, not really. So you have, basically, it's the Sasanian Empire. It's almost exactly the borders of the Sasanian Empire in the 7th century.
Taking the Persian revival thing a bit too seriously, man.
A bit too seriously. Meanwhile, they don't even have the dignity. They're looking at Visigothic Hispania as its own empire. Just dunking on the Caliphate, the Umayyad Caliph in Iberia, for no discernible reason.
Oh my god.
And also, a Maghrebi empire exists.
And is not, they're considered entirely separate.
Yep. As a de jure separate thing? This is never a historically unified region. I mean, most of this is functionally uninhabited because it's basically Maghrebi and Fatimid traders crisscrossing the Sahara. But who signed off on this?
Looking at chat, Central Asia at this time is a big mix of philosopher and Buddhist and maturity scholars. Yeah, Buddhism, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to recall earlier. Yeah, so what I was talking about with the Samanids and how they sort of transition, they make this slide from Zoroastrian priestly nobility into Islamized Sunni monarchs is very similar to the way that the Barmakids did this in the earlier Abbasid, I guess what people generally tend to think of as the apex or the golden age, and they actually, they do this much earlier. It's just their peak is in this. The Barmakid family was from Balkh, which is a city in modern day Afghanistan. It's also the city where the poet Rumi was born. But yeah, they were from there, and they were Buddhist temple nobility. And they eventually, around the same time that the Abbasid revolution is happening, because the Abbasid revolution begins so far east in Khorasan, some of them just the earliest members of the line just kind of looked at what was going on and said, yeah, okay, we'll get in on that. They convert, and ever since then they had been very deeply tied to the Abbasid state. They were almost they had I guess you could say, a family monopoly on a lot of bureaucratic positions, and it's just very interesting. Yeah, right there, Balkh. That was their hometown. Yeah, and they were
Perfect.
Originally Buddhists. Yeah, they were Buddhist priests.
Nice. And I switched over into the religion map here to kind of check. They've actually got a nice kind of mix of people here, modeling that a little bit, because right here, we've got, right in the center of this maturity, there's one county that's Mahayana. The county of
I don't know why that's so funny to me.
What is this? The Vilaya of Rasht. And we've got Mahayana on the border, along with Shaivism, the
Yeah, I'm
Vaishnavites,
not,
and
I don't actually know about the religion of Rusht enough to know what was dominant there. It just seems very funny to me, though.
yeah, but it's at least acknowledging a little bit of what you said, even if in this by this time period it's not
Yeah,
necessarily
not much.
reasonable. It's cool that they're acknowledging that there used to be this kind of diversity with this random outpost.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean sometimes like you'll definitely see like holdovers of this older culture inside. Like it's not like obviously like the culture was erased by the fact that they had converted. I mean even the name like for the Barmakids, the name Barmak is well at least people think that it comes from a Sanskrit word, Pramukh, and was just Arabized into Barmak, and then they were called the Barmakids or the Barmaki from then on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, no, but yeah, I'm not sure that at least there was an attempt made. What is that little Ashari dot in the middle of the like on the edge of the maturity?
Which one? There's two.
The one oh, is there? Are there
There's
two?
one on the north side and one on the south side.
Oh yeah, I see it now too. Yeah, I don't know either one. I guess.
So, not sure how to pronounce that because Latin alphabet for very much a language not built around the Latin alphabet.
Yeah, no, I'm just interested. Yeah, that. It's
I'm
very
going to
strange.
assume American pronunciation works and Chitral.
Yeah, I can't tell you if that's right or not.
Exactly. And
looking
up
it up
here
myself.
it's Oshrasana.
Someone asked earlier, why is Tibet so big? I'm not sure. Is this when the Tibetan Empire was around?
I think so. And
And I think it is.
I mean,
the
as a
19th.
part of this though, was that the Empire level title? Yeah. Okay. Wild. Holy. Okay. So China doesn't.
Whoa.
China does not exist in this map. Let's just be clear. China does not exist.
There is no China. I repeat, there is no China.
So this is kind of understandable. But this basically goes almost to Xinjiang, as kind of a de jure Tibetan empire. So this is kind of, I guess, taking the maximum extent of anything that was ever,
Tibetan and sort of combining
that
it into one.
yes. And regardless of whether that actually is representative in this time period, I don't know enough to say for sure, but probably
I know
not.
that it existed.
But there is an Empire of Tibet that does historically exist. I just
I think it was
can't
roughly
say when.
around this period, but I don't know if its borders were this expansive at this given time. Yeah, exactly like what you said.
And there is no actual currently, like you can see, there is no organized. Okay, yeah, it just collapsed. It exists mostly in the 7th to 9th centuries, and so it is just collapsing and splintering into all of these kingdoms. And no, there is no one who holds the Empire of Tibet. It's not created.
I have to pay respects, man.
It just exists. But yeah, if we zoom back in here, there's also a Zoroastrian holdout, Khrbashta, and Manichaeanism. Both exist up here in these little tiny outposts on the borders of right outside the Samnids in the Sirdaria. So it's nice that they have these holdouts.
That's definitely it definitely existed, but I think it's a very strange way to model it. And anyway, I think that like we were talking about earlier, they tried to do the Horamite mixture of things over in Gilan, like on the Iran's Caspian coast, and that turned out very weird.
It turns out super weird. Because this is another Zoroastrian holdout. Because basically they can only make each arbitrarily kind of defined county. Which let's just go into the realm rule here and zoom in. So each of these arbitrarily, I mean, they split it up. Oh boy, they didn't even bother to change the names of all of these. The barony of Gerdka, because definitely a baron.
Yes, the barony.
Well, they named the other three all Ark. And then in Emirate, and then, yeah, what are the duchy level titles? Yeah, the Emirates as kind of duchies, which is one level up from counts. So, you have the kind of county of Damgad as the larger area, and then the Nishapur Emirate, the Grand Emirates, and then ridiculous empires.
Yeah, I think trying to, like you said earlier, using a system that really doesn't even describe the area, the one place it's meant to describe, and then applying it to everywhere is pretty painful.
Yeah, it is. Because while all these titles are titles that exist in Francia, it is not simple Baron, then Count, then Duke, then King. No. There's like 11 different noble titles, like Margrave and Count Palatine, and all sorts of stuff in all across Francia, west and east. Why is Bavaria a separate king? Okay, no, just not gonna. I hope that this is a case of the game's AI causing a weird and not something they modeled in initially. It better be a thing where the AI has been busy the last 30 years.
Oh, where it's just like an alt history kind of thing.
But all across here, you've got a ton of different types of noble titles, and they go back and forth as to what's powerful, what's not. Individuals can make kind of a whole title a little bit stronger or weaker. So one of the electors of the Holy Roman Empire is the Count Palatine of the Rhine, as one of the dominant elector forces in the High and later Middle Ages. So, or the Margraves of Brandenburg are another one. Margrave is not a terribly high-level title, but they achieved incredible political power. That means it doesn't really matter. So, it's incredibly messy. Meanwhile, in England, there are no barons yet, and there are no dukes yet. Those don't emerge until the, I want to say, 1200s? So, we are a long time before that becomes something that even exists. At the end, we might roll up a new game. I do want to make a little bit of progress on this one for the sake of, continuity and progress and things. So we should set it to roll very slowly, as we finish off this battle. Hopefully this battle means we finish our war, and then we can just let it run, while we win. Are we at 100%? We are at 94%. Dang nabbit. Where are these guys? I want to cut off this one squad. I'm shocked I won. I'm shocked I'm going to win this war, because there is no reasonable way I should have won. And I'm not going to catch up to them, am I? I'm going to be just behind him the entire time. Mother.
Did you say we were in the 860s now, or the 890s?
We are in 894.
But the game started at 860 something?
867. Oh, there's a fort out here that I can actually join in that besieging, and that should help. Oh, oops. So Basil I just ate it. What happened to him? I need to check the Byzantine Empire, because something weird just happened. His father, whoa, what's he doing down there? Basilios, Basil I, ate it. Why did he die? How did he die? It looks like he died by virtue of, yeah, It's not saying. Anyway, it looks like he died in battle because he's pretty wrecked. Let's check the family tree. Does it? Yeah, it doesn't say how he died. Frustrating.
Are the faces of the people just sort of randomly generated?
Yeah,
or
they're randomly generated, and then events will cause them to be altered in preset ways. So usually, like if they're bloody, like Prince Bartos here, that means they got into a big fight and are injured. And since that's how he died, it looks like he got killed in battle.
Huh.
Which is unlucky. But now we have Emperor Constantine VII.
I wonder if Al-Mu'taz is actually, if they show him as blonde in here. He was blonde in real life.
I do not think they showed him as blonde. Let's find out. Where is our episode?
I think I don't remember, but I remember that he looked kind of like a generic Arab or something like that.
Yeah, he's wearing a helmet, so you can't see anything about him.
Oh, yeah.
And his parents were, father and grandfather are wearing gigantic turbans, so you can't tell anything about them. But his son has dark hair, which perhaps suggests that, no.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. It's sort of like that whole thing about a lot of the Umayyads in Cordoba being blonde. I mean, because many of these are, obviously, these kids were born of concubines, right? And these concubines were often from places far from the borders of the caliphate. And yeah, he was blonde. It's just, I don't know, it's not
amazing.
really that important. I just thought it's a little weird note.
It's definitely weird, but also definitely a cool thing. Oh, I'm at 100%. I can end this war. Thank God. Enforce demands. Thank God. I can disband all of these guys and I can press that claim eventually. Or not. Huzzah. Now that that's done, I'm just going to let this run slowly in the background while we go talk about more stuff. Because that way we make progress and can look at all of the horrifying weirdness. Muad'Dib. Oh boy. Cool.
Oh man. Oh boy.
This faith map is the time. Interesting. Oh, I will accept that. I need that money. I still have low county control here? Frustrating. Council. Anyway, want to start talking about these terrifying faith maps while I do my...
Oh my god. Yeah.
What is supposed to be my job?
North Africa really was a mess at this time. But, yeah, no, I think we've talked about this elsewhere, maybe not on the stream, though. Yeah, the Muwallad, first of all, Muwallad has nothing to do with, it just literally means, like, a Muslim who's not necessarily a convert, but a Muslim who is from, like, the Gothic, the Hispano-Goth people of, of Al-Andalus, right, the majority, and who was just Muslim. That's all it means. It's an ethnic descriptor, or at least an ethno-cultural descriptor. It has nothing to do with religion. And honestly, it terrifies me that it is associated with religion.
Yeah, notice they just make the whole mess that is Andalusian culture just Andalusian.
It is supposed to be. I think I read it in another server, I believe, but I was looking. It was something about like the tenets of Muwallad Islam, whatever that is, were like I don't know, just very bizarre or something like that. I don't know. I haven't looked up on it in depth, but I would be interested to see how it differs from the two Sunni represented, the Ash'aris and the Maturidis.
Yeah, we can actually check that, because we can check the tenets of what each of these are and see, certainly within the game, if they do something terrifying and weird. I want to do a proactive thing on educating my children. but after that we can dig into like how they seem to distinguish Mu'alladi and Ash'ari.
Yeah, I am very curious.
What happened here? As their duke, my vassals owe me their allegiance, my word is law, but how much is obedience without devotion worth? Weird. This is terrible because vassals for a duke in the Byzantine Empire is no, but we'll just do that quick. And we've got more problems. God dang it. A tournament. Please stop. As Duke, I have been obliged to attend a local sparring tournament, but contestants have been delayed. The tourney won't start. Huh. So I can.
That's very mean.
I have.
Into a horse water trough. That's pretty mean.
It's super mean. It's frustrating. How do I check how stressed I am?
You have a stress level?
I have a stress level. As far as I have ever been able to find, it is a almost completely hidden as to where on earth it is. Stress level 03, there it is. Has almost no stress, so I will just do that so it doesn't matter. I don't really care, and anyway, I wanted to educate my children. You already have a guardian, right? Relationships, guardian, awesome. You have no current guardian, so we will educate child. I want to make someone kind of nuts. Oh, perfect. You are... Are you the one who's crazy good? Yeah. You can do that, and then the last kid, is being educated from the tiniest of ages. But that is fine. Let's see.
Oh, is that supposed to be the... I'm guessing that Ash'ari over there is the Aghlabids? Aghlabid Sicily?
Let's check.
Wait a
Yep.
minute, though.
Yep, it is in fact the Aghlabids.
I don't think they... I'm pretty sure they were Maturidi.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I'm quite sure they were Maturidi.
Yeah, they sure were. Yeah.
I wonder if they'll represent the... Well, I guess it's already it already happened. But yeah, there was the famous Arab raid of Rome. These were the guys who did it. Muhammad I of Abu al-Abbas, sometimes he's called. He's the guy who did the raid on Rome in 840. I don't know. I want to say 849. It may be some other time.
Malik Muhammad the First. This guy right here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there. Yeah, him. He'd probably be somewhere up there. Probably Muhammad the First. Yeah, right there. Yeah, he sacked the Basilica of Old St. Peter's.
I'm proud of him.
Yeah, he didn't enter the. Yeah, I think he was stopped outside the, city walls. But yeah, it was a pretty crazy thing. These Sicilian Muslim dynasties kind of punched far above their weight class. The Kalbids later on would they would also I think almost kill a Holy Roman Emperor in a very devastating battle for them that I think also kicked off the Great Slavic Revolt.
That's impressive. Yeah, these guys are hitting way above their weight class. Because, the Holy Roman Empire becomes pretty much about half of Lotharingia. This chunk of... Why is... Hello? Apparently the Holy Roman Empire got dunked on. There's gonna be no Holy Roman Empire.
Oh, Who did the dunking?
West Francia mostly. Yeah. West Francia dunked on East Francia. So, rest in peace, Holy Roman Empire. You will be missed. Historically, Lotharingia was the one that got dunked on. Because East Francia gobbled up one half of it, and West Francia gobbled up the other half. And then there was no Lotharingia left. I mean, that continues to be a problem, because, actually, it represents it both here. You've got the Lombards down in Italian Lotharingia. You've got the Kingdom of Burgundy in here, and then they move north and become the separate Champagne and Burgundy and the Low Countries, and remain culturally and sometimes politically distinct from much of the rest of France for centuries. And Lorraine is part of Old Lotharingia, and this kind of weird spot that doesn't quite easily fit into either West Frankish or East Frankish culture. Oh, perfect. I am way better at being martial. Thank you. Boo. Boo, AC. No Voltaire in this chat. We do not stand that, man. Because the Holy Roman Empire was often holy, sometimes Roman, and definitely an empire. Ooh. Ooh. The Umayyads seem to be dunking on,
Oh, they're really going off. What's going on here?
So the Vikings seem to have done a thing.
Does that say Sweden?
Yeah, and that says Jylland, and that says Uppland. So, the Vikings did things. Historically, they struggled hard. Galicia is not a friendly place to go raiding, and they never had much luck with that. But ultimately, what this is doing is they needed to be able to create the situations for the Great Heathen Army, so territory, raids that claim territory. And because the AI is frickin' dumb, that means they're going to create random outposts all over the place. So, Ireland, the coast of Scotland, Basque country, and a little bit of Brittany are all Sweden.
Yes.
Yes, historically, a little bit before this time period, so in actually, no, it'll be pretty much this. In 859, you have a big raid that comes from France, led by Björn Jarlsnida, and then into also Halstead, that raids Galicia unsuccessfully, raids Sevilla, and then gets dunked on by I think it is Abd ibn Abd al-Rahman.
Abd al-Rahman II, I believe.
Yeah, just dunks on them outside of Sevilla, and then they go and raid in Italy for a while.
I recall you saying that like most of the actual like the defeat of the raiding party was mostly on land though. Like,
yeah, it is.
They were in Sevilla.
They raided Sevilla and then were on their way either to go raid somewhere else or return to their ships. It's not totally clear which. And that when Abd al-Rahman is able to intercept them with a much larger, much better organized army. That fight goes poorly. But around this time period, in 894, there's actually a second raid that becomes the famous Cheese Vikings, in which they raid in Andalusia, and they get completely trashed, and most of them are killed. A few of them stay put, and this is probably apocryphal, it probably didn't happen. But there's a couple Islamic sources that, quoting someone else, these sources are from the 14th century, quoting an earlier chronicle which claimed that, like, 3 of them survived and settled in and became cheese merchants. While this is almost certainly apocryphal, it's also not out of the question for Andalusia, because Look at this unified culture. No.
Yeah, no, it is definitely, yeah. Like, I mean, no, I agree completely. That's probably is apocryphal, but yeah, I mean, it is. Andalusia was a lot more, um, I'd say, I guess, familiar with well, not really Norse, but very Slavic cultures. I mean, there was a pretty brisk slave trade that was going on from the Christianization of that region,
Sure
and
was.
a lot of pagan, yeah. So a lot of pagans, I guess pagan, right?
Uh,
So-called pagan slaves would eventually like go through this very long ship route to Andalusia, where they would be Mamluks, like the Siklavi, or the sometimes called the Sclavonian Guard, I believe in English.
mhm.
Yeah, the Caliphal Guard for a long time was mostly Slavic.
Was that in
Mamluk.
the Caliphate of Cordoba?
Yeah, they
Nice.
were. And yeah, and like when the Caliphate of Cordoba breaks up, they rule like into a bunch of little like it has this Taifa period, like a
Yep.
little warring states period. Yeah, some of them are ruled by Cyclades. And yeah, like especially like I think the Taifa of Dinia and a lot of the maritime ones were controlled by these sort of Slavic slave soldiers. Yeah,
That's
it's pretty cool.
awesome. So yeah, and additionally, you obviously have huge amounts of diversity, because, well, at this point we are over a century since the fall of the Visigothic kingdom of Hispania in, was it 793, give or take? It's
Yeah.
somewhere in like the late 700s, when the Abbasids usurp the Umayyads. They kill pretty much the entire family except one prince, who flees all the way through Umayyad territory to North Africa and then invades Iberia and overthrows the Visigothic king and sets up what is originally
Yeah,
an Umayyad emirate, but it's what,
yeah.
in the
There was
800s?
an Umayyad governor that he defeats there. Yeah,
Mhm.
after
And
his flight from Damascus. And the cool thing is that the only reason he really was able to do this is because his mother had relatives already in Africa. Like the his mom's side of his family had a lot of power bases in North Africa, which
yeah,
was like a pretty weird and interesting. Like
okay, it's super weird because they're based in Damascus
yeah, they are
and
based in Damascus.
we're building this huge set of multi-generational networks within the families via marriages, and that end up preserving not only mother to son, but realistically for several generations, these alliances
Yeah,
kind of hold true.
yeah, clearly. I mean, it saved the dynasty, or at
Yeah,
least I guess a part of it.
I mean, it was successful for another 300 years in its creating its own emirate, and then eventually a rival
Yeah,
caliphate. So I mean, that's pretty successful.
yeah, no, for sure.
As far as you can really think about, unified dynasties being this hugely successful thing, uh,
Yeah,
it's
and I mean,
pretty
especially
successful.
considering the state of Umayyad Andalusia at the time, like Al-Fihri did not have much control over it at all. It was basically already in a Taifa period by the time that Abdul Rahman comes with
Oh
his
yeah,
pretty small army.
but yeah, I guess at that point the Visigothic kingdom was already gone
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they invited in, the last king invited in a North African Umayyad governor to help him out in some civil war period, and then in classic Iberian fashion, they stayed.
yeah. Tariq ibn Ziyad. I think it is like believed that he was invited in originally, right? Like
By
in
Robert, I believe.
Yeah, and then there's the famous. I'm not sure if it's real. Honestly, I doubt that it is. But like the famous Tariq ibn Ziyad burning his ships when he gets to Andalusia, like we're not going back or something like that.
Uh huh. Yeah, and that's only 130 years ago. So you still
Yeah,
actually likely the idea of having these distinct or that Andalusian culture I mean, it had a strong Visigothic kingdom, Visigothic Christian subculture, even at this
Yeah,
point,
and
and
even like the
even stronger,
sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Jewish subculture.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think that like people seem to think that as soon as Visigoths converted, like some did, right? And obviously the Muwallad, like they just like forgot about being Visigoths. Like it just like they were like turned into Arabs or something like that. Like that's not true. I mean, and a lot of them were pretty proud of their Gothic identity. And they made like especially like the Banu Qasi, who kind of are in this like the marches way up north. They're called the sons of Cassius. Like they make these like really elaborate lineages where their noble ancestor was a Goth who was converted to Islam by some preacher who came like teleported into Andalusia or something, and they were secret Muslims the whole time. But
Yeah,
anyway, they're very proud of like their Gothic identity. It's just like it wasn't it wasn't just subsumed into some sort of vague Arab uh, culture that came in, right?
exactly. And I mean, in the Almoravid period, starting after the Taifa, when was it? Is it the Taifa Kingdom of Cordoba? Ends up inviting in the Almoravids, and then they stay. Uh, in that period, there's a Christian revolt that specifically harkens back to Visigothic uh, culture and ancestry, which is probably would not be the case if there isn't some sort of memory of it. And of course, this game represents literally none of that, and Andalusian culture is part of the Arabic group. It is none. It is nowhere neither Arabic nor his
And then
or
it's like,
Christian.
yeah,
It's
and even like if you're going from like okay, well, the Andalusians obviously had like most societies, right, at the time, had like some sort of like a cultural like ranking system. I don't know. I guess you could say I don't know how to describe it, but like it's not really a caste system, but
it's but it is complicated. That there is a social hierarchy.
stratified
Yeah,
society. Yeah, like but even within that, Arabs were not like a unified group. You had like the old Arabo Andalusians, the ones who came over from like the original invasions, right? You had and then you had the Syrian Juns who were landed earlier, like they were basically brought in as reinforcement during the Great Berber Revolt, and those were their own tier. And like a lot of these like they still matter, these divisions within Arabs. Like I mean, they were not just like there wasn't some sort of like larger Arab identity. These things actually like changed it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and since AC mentioned it in chat a few times, by the way, the Duchy of Granada, at this time period, is using the post. Uh, Firstly, the fact that they're calling it a duchy, is pretty suggestive.
That's pretty
But
cool.
they're using post Reconquista, heraldry of the pomegranate instead of using the Nasrid. Even though the Nasrids are
Yeah,
several centuries out yet,
at least that would be better. Like,
I would be way happier given that, the Nasrids still existed at the end date of this game. And they still controlled basically the area of the borders of this Duchy of Granada. It isn't until I guess right at the end of that they fall back to being pretty much just the city of Granada, Granada and Malaga. But
yeah, no, it's
they
very
they
useful.
didn't stop existing until realistically 1500, even though they stopped being a political entity in 1492 when Granada is taken by Isabel and by the Catholic monarchs. But they still, I mean, Nasrid pretenders exist in the islands in the Mediterranean off the coast of Iberia and continue. I mean, they kind of meld into the Barbary pirates for another
Oh yeah,
200
you
years.
get like actual like royal pirates. It's pretty sick. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think any of them were in the raiding party that went to Iceland, but it's fun to imagine.
It is fun to imagine. Oh, of course, the Nasrids are down here. Okay. So they actually do just. They have a Dejura Nasrid thing in around, like, based around Tangier.
What? Is this a? I- Is, mu- is this a different Nusrids? Because I mean, the Nusrids that because the Nusrids that are in like Granada, the ones that come later are they're like they're basically like a native dynasty. Like I mean,
Yeah.
their lineage was supposed to be like they're Arabs, and the dynasty that was founded was from a guy who was already in Granada. Like they didn't come from North Africa like the Berber dynasties.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't
it's
know what the hell is going on here.
it's weird.
I'm
Also,
confused.
you know, they actually have heraldry, which is a
yeah,
red
yeah.
shield with a white stripe diagonal in it, and then Arabic text in it inside of that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
But no, they have apparently, for some strange and bizarre reason, not that.
Why are they in North Africa? What
And I
just
don't know why
happened?
they're in North Africa. It's bizarre. It's exactly right, Taurus. I am not surprised, but I am disappointed because, lo and behold,
I like how that just says Ali. Like.
oh,
no,
interesting.
no.
Their duchy titles are basically the Taifa kingdoms, except for some reason it's Kutamid instead of Toledo. Instead of being the Taifa kingdom of Toledo. Okay, it is. They are calling it the same thing. It's just they just put it in parentheses for reason. I don't know.
Wait, I think I saw something very strange. Does that say? Wait, if you could move to the left a bit, I saw something very bizarre.
Uh-huh.
Just want to confirm if I did see it or not. Oh no, okay. I thought that said Islamid, and I was like, are the guys just called Islam? Is that their name? Like,
That would be hilarious, but also very stupid.
although I'm not sure what an Islamid is either.
Neither am I, to be honest. It's the city. Okay, it's the Emirate of Beja. Huh. Who are you? Amir Abd al Aziz. Who is your father? Because we need to go a little bit earlier. Okay, nope. Apparently the guy's the guy's name was Aslam, and off we go.
Oh, all right then. All right.
Truly,
I guess that's why we didn't recognize it.
yeah. Getting into actual historical figures, it looks like Hashim ibn Jalid. So, I don't recognize most of the or any of these, but this is outside of my wheelhouse. So
yeah, no, it's no.
yeah.
To be honest, like, yeah, no, it is a very very foreign looking Umayyad Andalusia. It is.
Yeah, the fact that the duchies are just the Taifa kingdoms is wild to me. The fact that that is what they decided is the
I mean, yeah, like those
correct.
Things, those weren't actual like internal divisions inside. Whoa, okay, wait, what is going on here?
The kingdom titles? Oh yeah, the kingdom titles are hilarious. So this basically looks like it's describing, I don't know, right before the collapse of the Umayyad. Maybe a little bit later, if you call this when the. Oh no, actually, Valencia is too big.
Yeah, that's what I was surprised by. Yeah.
Because Valencia does become incredibly. Oh, cool. I get to go to another feast. I like feasts. And this time it is by my boss, Basilios Konstantinos. Anyway, I don't know why Badajoz is something else. I don't know why the Sultanate of Badajoz exists. Huzzah, more food. And, well, Valencia does become incredibly powerful. I mean, Valencia is early on in the Umayyad era, by far the most powerful of the Christian kingdoms.
Yeah, I mean, and like we're right now. I think we're supposed to be in the rule of Muhammad. I guess Muhammad ibn Abdurrahman II, right? I guess
I think that is who is. Yeah, it is Muhammad ibn Abdul Rahman.
Yeah. So I think that like this is around when I think you described it as well. The Ibn Hafsun revolts and actually converts to Christianity in the process of revolting. He was already a Muwallad. I think his family was recently converted. But yeah, he converts to Christianity in the process of his revolt. I think it happens just a little bit before the start date, maybe like in 860. I don't know. I'd have to look it up, but
Yeah.
it is pretty interesting. But no, the Umayyads are not doing very badly now. They haven't even gotten their caliphal title yet. I mean, Abdurrahman III hasn't been born yet, and they're still technically they call themselves emirs of Cordoba.
Yep. And I mean that once it breaks apart up until the Almoravid period, it once again becomes the Emirate of Cordoba, and it is by far the most significant of the Taifa kingdoms. And it's Alfonso VII, I want to say, who at that point, like, they've reclaimed Toledo. Reclaimed. We'll put that in scare quotes because that's a Reconquista narrative. Which, by the way, I just want to show you something in the Castilian culture tree. In the early medieval period, you can get caballeros is fine, but a cultural tech of Reconquista.
Oh, well, that's yikes.
That's super yikes. Amazingly, even it isn't until a little bit later, until the 12th century, that you really start seeing a narrative of Reconquista starting to emerge among the Latin Christian kingdoms of Iberia. So even though in 1080, I would need to look up the names here of the people, because it's been a few years since I've looked at Spanish history. But in 1080, Toledo is taken. Or 1085, sorry. In 1085, please. Thank you, Google. Alfonso VI, captures the Emirate of Toledo and sacks the library, which is coincidentally how a whole bunch of Arabic texts, including translations of Aristotle, get entered into the European tradition, because those get exported to England, where Jewish translators who knew Arabic translate them.
Oh.
Which,
I wonder if Muhammad I over the Umayyad guy, if his did he? I wonder how are marriages represented in the game? I mean,
so by and large, it depends on your faith, as to whether how far you can have and whether polygamy is allowed. So according to their Muwalladism, it is polygamous, and anything up to first cousins is fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if they actually show him having his what's it called, his Castilian wife, because the successor to the historical successor, I mean, to Muhammad I is Al-Muntir, and he was actually half Castilian, um, the Castilians sometimes like, and I mean all these like it wasn't like the narrative of like straight conflict all the time, right? There was a
Uh-huh.
lot of obviously of periods of political rapprochement, right? Like like where everything sort of where relations normalized, right? And a lot of part of that was often exchanges of wives, basically, of noble women for marriage. And yeah, actually, the guy who would succeed the dude who's here right now
Prince
was
Al
the son
Mundir
of
ibn
a
Muhammad.
yeah. He's
He's
he's the
here.
son of a Christian woman.
Problem. According to this game, his mother is Ushar, who is Bedouin.
Is what? Oh wow. Okay then. Well, all right. Yeah, I don't know who that is, but
Yeah.
okay.
But he also, I mean, he has three other.
He's also called the Sultana. What the?
Yep. And we've got three. He has four living wives and one deceased wife. So the primary spouse is Tarawelt, who is Barani, so from North Africa. And then other spouses,
Huh.
Jaheira.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one. She's Basque.
I don't
Belasquita.
know.
Let's look
That's
at her.
interesting.
Let's look at her, because she's Abdul Hakam ibn Muhammad.
I know. I know of a Basque concubine that gave birth to a caliph. I mean, most famously, I guess, but this is much later. Al
Yeah.
Hakam II. He had as his primary consort a Basque woman. Yeah, but yeah, I don't. I guess I'm not sure how common that was, or if it was.
I mean,
I don't. Yeah.
it's
I'm sorry, go
not
ahead.
uncommon, because if we look at the kingdom titles, Basque country is just the kingdom of Navarre.
Oh.
So, any sort of political alliance across Andalusia between Navarre and anyone else does end up having technically is a good chance of having a Basque or ethnically and culturally Basque person. Yeah,
Pretty sick.
yeah. So, I do like at this period, like Asturias is still Asturias. It hasn't fractured. Castilla and Leon have not done their thing yet. But
And the guy who's the younger brother of Al Muntir, I'm not sure if I think he is already born. So he's a living son of Muhammad I. He might actually be represented in the game already.
let's find out. Children, we've got a whole bunch.
Yeah.
14
they actually,
children.
Oh, sick. Yeah, no, they like because he. Do they mention his wife? I mean, because he
Uh,
also married the daughter of he married a princess from Pamplona.
What's his name?
I think it's Abdullah. I can confirm really quick.
So
I'm pretty sure
he's
his name is Abdullah.
he's
Abdullah ibn Muhammad.
he's dead, but
Oh. Well then.
yep, he died in battle. Looks like, but he does have a spouse. She is Catholic and Basque.
Oh, all right.
Oneca Fortunas.
Yeah. She's the daughter of the king of Pamplona.
Yeah. She
I
is
guess was
parents.
married to him.
Yeah. Where were you based in? Apparently you had left. Yeah, disfigured. So he's wearing a mask, a la Kingdom of Heaven.
I mean, it's like Pamplona and the Umayyad or I guess I should just say the Cordobans have a very they have a very collegial. Well, it's not all collegial, but it was bizarrely collegial for. Well, I should say I shouldn't say bizarrely, but if your only exposure to the history of the region is the late Reconquista, it might seem bizarre the collegial relationship between the two. I mean, Garcia Inez, the Garcia the First. I mean, he studied in Cordoba, and he's sort of Garcia the Great, the second king of Pamplona. He was fostered in Cordoba for a period of time, and yeah, obviously there's marriage alliances. I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be surprising if you're not familiar with that sort of thing. And I mean,
Mhm.
I kind of wish it was represented more.
Absolutely. I super wish it was represented more, because something weird about this is, of course, alliances and like friendly relations in this game in general exist for exactly as long. Exist for only as long as the person making them lives.
Oh, wait. So there's not like institutional memory or anything like.
Not really. No. You.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's bad. I'm just gonna like actually do things. And since I've got a
Increase.
ton of money, I'm gonna actually like play the game instead of letting the game play in the background. Which it feels like an important detail. So yeah, you are creating the development there. You are working on religious relations. Maybe I should do another war. Oh, well, we will let it sit for a little bit longer first while we finish talking about that. Anyway, there are no institutions here that actually like give you bonuses except for one.
Except for one?
Literally the only thing that kind of simulates it vaguely is holy orders, and even then it does it really, really badly. So these the holy orders, such as the Templars or the Hospitallers, will exist inside your kingdom or inside whatever region you are in, and they will be kind of subservient to their head, and so you can gift them territories, and then those are only kind of in your realm, and that's kind of an institutional thing, but even then, not really. So in Europe, like, there's this thing where monasteries are part of networks.
Huh. The mechanic is interesting, but I feel like that would translate holy order mechanic would translate very badly outside of a very specific context.
But it's also just done badly because you don't have any control over the holy order. They just exist in your territory, and you don't actually get to do anything with them. So and you can't play as them. So it's something.
Holy orders exist for the Muslim world? I just have to ask.
Well, I don't know if any exist, to be honest. I've not gone far enough in this game to actually have any holy orders show up.
All right.
But
we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Exactly. Holy cow, this kid is turning out awesome. Oh, that's why. He's a genius. He's my player heir too. Oh my god, I am so set for next generation. But yeah, they are. Velith, they're basically mercenaries that sometimes annoy you, that won't fight wars against the same faith, even though historically they did, and that you can pay with piety, a mix of piety and gold instead of just gold. But yeah, it's bad. But in general, diplomacy is entirely whatever you build, and then when you die, that all resets. So the idea of like 100-year-long alliances is extremely hard to preserve in this game, because of course alliances are only useful exactly until the moment they stop being convenient for you. And then since everyone is trying to get as much power as possible, it just is kind of terrible. By the way, I want to check in my core, in my military. I am full up on those.
I'm gonna hop off for a second. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Alright, sounds good. So, I truly despise that, by the way, that there is no ability to do it. So, like, looking in Europe, since that's where I have any sort of specialization, their monasteries would be part of networks that would be institutions of networks, especially once the orders start showing up. So Franciscans, Dominicans, etc. Hang on, let me mute him for just a second. There we go. And so this is deeply frustrating that we have no ability to take advantage of any of that, or the huge networks that cross the entire world, essentially. Later in the medieval era, we get guilds in the 14th century, and those are basically their own thing too. Like, the Hansa League emerges near the end of this game, and yeah, I mean, they show individual monasteries somewhere. I wish they had a search function so you could jump to places. As far as I know, they don't. But it's somewhere in here. There's Cluny. Anyway, like, the Hansa League has political influence, but it's also just a trade network. So a bunch of merchants in this entire area end up becoming politically significant by virtue of being able to negotiate everything. Is there a search function? Indeed. What are your oomphes? Magnifying glass next to the cogwheel. Perfect. Fine title. Cluny. I know you can't have claimants. I just want to know where you are. Can I just go to you, please? Bishopric of Cluny. Come on. What? Oh. Well, that's not great. What happened? Huh. What is Cluny? Why won't it actually... There it is. Okay. It does not highlight it in a very visible thing. Anyway, there's Cluny. It is part of a huge... everything? Oh, he is not back yet. Okay, I thought he was back. Okay. So, these networks of trade are pretty cool, but are also historically, and with guilds being secular trade networks that stretch from Bergen into Pomerania, Hamburg, both sides of Denmark, and end up actually like effectively controlling huge parts of the trade of goods that has massive political implications. These exist alongside we'll get to that. I can't not talk about this because this is wild, even though this is not what I was trying to do. Anyway, these exist alongside the political structures this game shows, and the fact that it has no way to model them and no way for you to enter into them is really disappointing, because that's a huge part of the complexity of the Middle Ages is that there is more going on than just a race to paint the map in your color. And the fact that we can't model that, can't buy into that, can't be a patron to merchant guilds that would build networks that we could tap for projects all out, bringing in resources from across the world functionally, is really kind of sad. I wish we had more. Anyway, quick diversion. Gula Things is a book, not a territory. You could call it just Gulathing, or Gulating in later Norwegian. That the area that goes to the assembly, the annual assembly at Guli, but and is governed by the law codes of Gulathing. It's that's weird. That's solidly weird. Meanwhile, Sweden exists, but Norway doesn't. Just gonna throw that out there. Maybe that's a consequence of the AI doing stuff, but oh boy, that's weird. Anyway, okay, just need to unmute him quick, because he's back. There we go. Hello. I can't hear you.
Hi.
There you are.
Nice.
There you are.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Alright, nice.
Yeah, we were just getting some background noise from you. Anyway, we've been going for 2 hours and 20 minutes, so actually, even though you just got back, I went on a diversion to stare at this mess of Scandinavia. But before we get into more stuff, I actually need to change out the ice packs before my computer melts. Because, oh boy, high quality stream, good hardware, we promise. So, I'm actually going to mute us for a moment, and then I'll run a 60-second ad break, and then we'll be right back.
Sick.
Yep. And... And we are back. Movement? There we go. Okay.
Since the Tulunids are in the map, I just would like to note that this is a Turkic dynasty. I don't understand why they're in the Abbasid sphere and the Persian ones are not. It's very confusing to me, and I don't understand it.
Uh-huh. What makes this guy... Oh, that's why he invited... Holy K. Okay. Literally brilliant strategist. That's his only good thing going for him. Because he is noble, but not particularly noble. But he is pretty good leading armies. Okay, cool. Thank you. Anyway, yes, core meltdown has been averted. Non-state actors are good. Oh, what non-state actors are there in this time period? And let's just focus in our homeland for a while. In the Abbasid, Caliphate.
So I guess you could say, well, it depends. First of all, I mean, on what you want to consider like state. Uh, yeah, no, there's definitely like, while guild is probably the wrong way to think about it, there are definitely these sort of economic brotherhoods that already exist at this time, and they're sort of like a guild economy, but like these you'll call them the like market bosses or market heads, right? And some of these people were very powerful, and I think besides that, the most like by far the most notable of a non-state actor is the ulama, like definitely the sort of the religio legal scholarly class, right? And during this period, they were very independent from the state. It isn't really until the Seljuks that the ulama and the state like sort of, I don't know, I guess you could say symbiosis. Yeah, like we're you know the legal these guys were sort of the adjudicators of the legal tradition, are welded to the state. That doesn't happen for a while now, until like the Seljuks take over, and they act as the quote unquote protectors of the Abbasid Caliph. But yeah, so I think that I don't know, it would be cool if they had modeled that in some way, but I honestly I couldn't even begin to tell you how to make that work in a video game.
Let's see. What are my stats? I need to check what my stats are for this to be a good idea. That's stewardship. We're not good at that. We're not good at that. Diplomacy challenge. We will check our diplomacy challenge because we are great at that and terrible at everything else. So, we're not terrible. We're just not good. Still, let's take a look at which one of the two are we slightly better at. There, it's exactly the same. Okay. The books. No, the dining room. We enjoyed the dining room more. Right now, we actually have a lot going on, don't we? Yeah. Generous liege, we don't get anything. There we go. And now it is time for bed. I am not going to push my luck here, because I made two things good. I might make one thing worse before I... Odd. Okay, so this is a weird thing. In my lifestyle tree...
What does that mean? What?
Basically, I can kind of focus on different things as I want. I don't need this anymore. I don't need that anymore. Yeah, let's switch over to the Majesty focus here. Okay, because that just gets us a lot more prestige very quickly. Anyway, the one we're about to get is apparently you have to have lived a specific lifestyle in order to be able to commission an epic. Why? I do not know. This is peculiar. A lot of these decisions are actually really peculiar, because, like, making a good friend, is a scheme. Speaking of which, I wonder if I can scheme anyone. Uh-huh. What happened here? Oh, good. He likes me more. I like that. The lifestyles, like, I get the idea that they want to increase the RPG focuses,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it's not necessarily the way I would have done that. Okay, so that's fame. We are distinguished. We're working towards illustrious, which is actually really, really good. Like, we're only in our first lifetime. We are completely unstressed. We are doing great. And
Living life.
our dynasty is well on its way to becoming slightly less insignificant. Okay, I don't remember how this actually works for a lot of these, like, earning more things. Okay, so Dynasty Head and House Head are actually different. Okay, so they're houses within the Dynasty. So, right now they are the same thing, but if we make a Cadet branch eventually, then we'll have 2 houses, but 1 Dynasty. Alright, see you, Raptors. Oh, and Leander, I do love this, that idea that there's, like, control is something you actually have to focus on. Is a continual decline. One thing I would love to see is a continual decline in control, with a cap of course, depending on the distance between you and a vassal, with maybe even a malus for demands in feudal contexts. If you wanted to go fancy, you could even implement where you want to hold court via the events, which could help model itinerant kingship. I love that idea because I don't know how true this is in, like, the Abbasid, in the Dar al-Islam, but certainly in Europe, kings moved all the time. Does that work in the Dar al-Islam as well? TYO? You there? Did we lose a person? Did we lose him? We did lose him. Okay, then we will ask him when he gets back, to see how this... Uh-huh. How much does he like me? Do I care? I don't care. Okay. And, oh god, boy, this guy, fine, we will redeem him, and we have made everyone like us. Oh boy, hello. Discord? Okay. Weird. Hopefully he comes back soon. Discord is acting up again, as usual. No one is surprised that Discord is bad. What did I get? I gained the trait Eager Reveler. I have done this a lot of times, apparently. Wow. Yeah. Okay. I have gone to enough feasts that I am well feasted. Anyway, yeah. See, Leander, one thing that makes that tricky is, of course, actually I should check while we're on the subject. I should take a look at some of my some of my contracts, and who I have hooks on. Oh wow, you are incredibly good at learning. Wonder why I've done that. Ooh, interesting. He is... what are the Hafsids? Does it say? Please, can we go there? Let's see if any of these guys are. Where are you? Courtier of... Oh, so he's just in my... No, Captain Mini of... Okay, so he's way out here. Don't know where exactly out here it is because I got too many things open, but anyway. Apparently we captured someone from all the way out here.
Hey guys, I don't know why that happened. Can you hear me?
Yes! You are
Oh,
back!
Nice.
Hello!
Okay.
You just randomly stopped existing for a while.
Yeah, I still have no idea what the hell happened.
Yep, Discord is Discord, we roll with it. Anyway, I was just checking through my court and some of my prisoners. I noticed one of the guys I've got imprisoned for some reason. I don't know why, I don't know what he did. Is part of the Hafsids. So somehow,
alright,
someone someone-
from
way out here.
Tunisia there about.
Yeah. Yes? Question mark. He's
Wait,
somewhere. I
is
tried to find.
Wait a minute, is that where the Hafsids are in this game? Are
What?
they on the coast of Morocco here?
Let me find him because he's
they're normally in, like Tunisia, like that's their
Uh-huh.
territory.
part of the Hafsids. His territory is it's out here on the coast of Morocco.
Yeah, I have no idea what the hell is going on there.
Exactly. Because he's. Yeah. Oh,
Like,
it's a
and-
mercenary.
like a-
It's a mercenary
yeah.
company. That's what it is.
At most you might like have them in like Eastern Algeria or something like that, but I don't know about that, man. I don't know.
Yeah. For some reason, though, a Duchy Tier Realm is a mercenary company.
Is that possible? How
I-
is that possible in the game mechanics?
I genuinely don't know. If anyone knows how that works, let us know as to why the hell
Yeah.
being
someone
a
in chat,
captain,
please,
being a captain of a mercenary company makes you equivalent to a duke.
hell of a mercenary company.
Yeah, but apparently right now they are based in here for some reason. But yeah, he is the Hafsids are the head of the Hafsid household is one of his courtiers.
Huh.
Yusuf Hafsid. There he is.
Yusuf Hafs.
At Tindouf. Yep.
Yeah, it should be noted that the actual like real life Hafsids aren't gonna be around until like the 1200s.
Yeah. And Damietta. What is this place? Sheikhdom. Hello? Where?
Wow.
This UI is getting in my way because there's so much going on. Navarre? Navarre? What did you do? Hello? Someone inherited something and it is weird.
Okay, wait, did the Amaya just get split in two?
Yeah, sure did. I got nothing, and Asturias got dunked on.
Wow. Well,
That's a time.
Carthagenesis.
Yeah,
What is going on, man?
I
Looked away
got
for
nothing.
2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, we weren't even gone for that long. They just completely got wrecked. Why won't it let me go to the place? County capital. Click. Hello? I mean, it's highlighted somewhere. I just can't freaking see where the highlight is. Tulinid. Wait, if I go to if I can move this again, I can go to a kingdom level view. Oh, okay, so that's why, because they're way the hell out here. Yeah. Okay, found them. It makes more sense now, that part of the, at least one of the Hafsids is based here, in Egypt. And that is probably at least part of how they were able to get up into Anatolia a little bit easier. It makes a little bit more sense than a mercenary whose boss is out here somehow got got thrown in house arrest in the Aegean Islands.
Do they? I think I saw briefly. Do they have the Aegean Islands as like a separate province?
Yeah, it is. It's my province, in fact.
Wow, Duchy of the Aegean Islands. Well, okay. Well, I know that there was an Ottoman eyalet called the Eyalet of the Islands of the White Sea, which was basically created. It was the personal, the personal rule, like the personal domain of the Kabudan Pasha, who was basically, I guess, the Grand Admiral. But I don't think that was based on an existing Byzantine thing. I don't think that was like an actual division, man. I think they just sort of created that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess CK3 came up with the same solution to it that the Ottomans would later do, but I don't know if it was one that the Byzantines had.
Yeah. I don't know either, to be honest. I believe the Aegean Islands were owned by one guy. Okay, good. We can... You know, it's been a while since we expanded our realm, so we're gonna do that. Go get Bithynia. We could also get Aeolus, but doing that involves dealing with Ephesus.
Do you own Bithynia right now?
Who is scary. What?
Do you own Bithynia right now?
No, I do not. This is the war I would be fighting.
Oh.
What other wars can I declare? Because I can declare like 6 wars. Why do I have claims? I mean, most of them are dunking on us. Oh wow. Okay. A whole bunch of potential allies there that would absolutely trash us. Duke Antonius of Athens, who would trash us, and this guy who cannot... Cool, we can actually do double wars. I don't know how we got all these Casus Belli, or Cassi Belli, but one at a time. I declare war on... Oh, he's in jail right now too. This should be incredibly easy.
Nice.
Perfect. No, I didn't want to do that. Army?
You get bars over your profile if you're in jail.
Who is this? I want to check flexible leader. Perfect. Let's go. And we're able to get some amount of stuff here, but our number of vassals is still really low. Just in general, because they're bad at. Everyone is bad at vassals. Interesting. So despite being on the march, we apparently have time to stop and get a ward, and also, hang on. Take a look at that background.
What? This is, oh yes.
The
Byzantine Empire.
Indeed, this incredibly Byzantine architecture of stone with wood bracing that emulates Wattle and Daub without actually being Wattle and Daub, and also looks nothing like any Greek architecture you could possibly see. This looks like it's in France, and if that, you know, if that suggests something, that suggests something.
It's almost like French norms are being used in other places.
It's almost, I know. You could have never predicted this. And, you know, why don't we talk military? Because this fight is basically, hello? Okay. Andronicus, who is he? Is he anyone I care about? Not really. He's my steward. Other options. He has been possessed.
Possessed?
He has a congenital trait that is, he has been possessed.
Possessed by what?
No,
Again?
it looks yes. The sudden changes in emotion, awareness, and ability that Stefanos experiences can only be explained by spirits inhabiting his body. This reads to me like it's supposed to be bipolar of some variety, and is just going like, oh, they don't know what that is. They don't psychiatry doesn't exist. So,
Cringe.
and so the solution is possession. In Europe, this is a thing that, you would either pretend to be possessed or accusations of possession or being like, oh yes, that is, something is going weird here, clearly is possession. That is the thing. The fact that that is a congenital trait that apparently anyone can get worldwide, kinda cringe. Meanwhile, this one guy tried to fight us, and we were not about that life. It doesn't even count as part of the war, even though he was an enemy.
It's just a separate battle.
Uh-huh. No, he was part of the war. It was just one guy. One guy was wandering around, and so we just, rolled over him with 1,300. And he decided to attack us for some reason. Because war in this game, despite, war being the primary way in which you expand your territory and make things happen, is incredibly simplistic and kind of boring. Speaking of which, we'll speed things up here for the sake of it not being terribly boring. So, it is pretty much just Doomstack and who your commander is, and there's not a lot else going on. But everything we're doing is because of peasant levies. This is not real, to be honest. Most things would be kind of trained semi-professional. Oh boy. She just died.
Well,
My wife just died. I gain no stress from my wife dying. Quite.
yeah. All right.
No.
Cool.
Oh, and my best friend died, and I gained no stress from it.
That is cold, man.
Alright, see ya.
Whoa, wait. Who's that? That first arranged marriage availability? Because that Jalila bint Jahan. That is
Oh no,
interesting.
let's find out. So I've got... Okay, I'm not married, and I have... Since my friend there died, I have an empty council position. Anyway, who are you? Of Headman Jahan. Of Manzikert. Who?
What?
Who are you? Okay, so he's a little guy way out here. Why is he a headman? And he's apostolic Armenian Christian. Cool. The head of faith is... Yeah. So he's Armenian Christian. And yeah, his child is someone I can get married to. She's really good at tactics. Somehow, wait, she is both an aggressive attacker and compassionate.
I think Malazgirt at this point was already Arabized. I mean, I think that because it had been under in about the 700s, the late 700s, I guess early 800s. That was when there was a significant Arab migration, and I think that was actually
I think it was after a revolt in the area. Like it was I think it was actually like a directed policy to Arabize the region. But yeah, I don't know if there were ruling Armenians at the time.
I mean, it looks like
definitely,
he is. It looks like he is not. That he is not Armenian. He is Mashriki. It's just that he's He's
Oh.
Apostolic Christian.
So he's an Arab who is
Yes. So he is an Arab who converted to Christianity.
Hmm.
Yes. Also, I don't love that it is a tribe with a headman.
He's a tribe. What?
Yeah, his title is headman, and he's part of the clan of Jazeera.
I mean, they were like, they were part of like the Abbasid system. I don't know why they would. It's not like the guy was some sort of like. It was an independent. Like they were sent from the capital. Like I don't know what.
I don't know what that means. Yeah, it's not great.
Not cool. Not cool.
Where are you from? Turok. Somewhere in the in Moravia. Interesting. Okay. Yaroslav. So he's Czech. But yeah, it's not a whole bunch of weird things. What I suspect they did to make this whole place tribal, as kind of the default lowest level in
Is that
everything.
Is that a
Avar, is that Turkic? Yeah.
yeah.
Should we do it?
If you want.
I mean, look at her prowess.
That's based. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Come on.
And she's Orthodox, so even better. It's bad for me.
I support it on principle. I mean,
But I support it on principle. We are not in the business of making optimal decisions in this household.
look at her hat. It rules.
Exactly. And my chancellor died, which sucks, because, oh boy, there's not... None of my guys are great at the whole business of being in charge of things. Wow, holy cow, look at his learning. This guy makes Pythagoras look like an idiot.
The biggest brain in the
True.
world.
He is his brain is gargantuan and unbelievably wrinkly. And yes, she is now the Duchess, and she dang it, she lost the hat.
Oh, that is
tragic.
that is a tragedy. That is really sad. If anything, you should have gotten the hat as well.
Exactly. Actually, I should head this way, because that is one I can actually attack. Good. Warrior wounded in training. Well, that was dumb. You should not do that. Anyway, what else? Chat, do you guys have any questions?
Actually, I'm kind of interested. What does the Avar what does the Avar space look like right now? Because I feel like at this point, it had been mostly rolled up by the Bulgar tribes. They had been Christian for a very long time for now.
So on our culture map, it is north of Bulgaria. The Khazars have not, and the Bulgars seem to have had bad luck this time. But we will see. Oh no, okay. Politically, they've been completely rolled into Bulgaria.
Oh yeah. So I guess that figures.
Yep, that checks out. Yep, and Khazaria exists. Oh yeah, there was one hilarious culture thing that I went to. No, it's not culture. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's the Empire titles. Just want to zoom in on this one because it's freaking hilarious. because I'm going to introduce you guys to the best, worst, dumbest conspiracy on the planet.
Oh man, I saw this on your server. I won't spoil it.
So, Tartaria is, well, the Tartars are an actual Central Asian group. Some early modern maps, all the way into like the 19th and 20th centuries, will go like, oh, we really don't know what's in Central Asia, so we're just going to label that, like, this whole area as Tartaria. So, just the place where Tartars live. Some idiots, fairly recently, and I have no nicer way to call them, because, oh boy, it is bad, decided that the fact that some maps made in England that mention Tartaria, because they show this place Tartaria, indicates that there was a centralized empire in Tartaria until sometime around World War II. It's definitely not around after World War II, but when it formed, doesn't really matter. When it broke apart, yeah. But this massive, colossal, centralized empire that was secretly a political powerhouse that should exist. It is... I cannot do it justice for how wild it is, but such interesting maneuvers as Napoleon's invasion of Russia was actually Napoleon and Tsar Alexander allying to attack Tartaria.
Wasn't there something about like the Ottoman Empire as like an anti-Turkic force trying to defeat the Turkic power of... It was something hilarious.
It's unbelievably wild. They have a subreddit, r/Tartaria, where you can collect the crazies, and our bad history did one of my friends who has done the deep dive and potentially caused a fracture in the Tartaria conspiracy theory as a result. Like, quite literally, may have trolled them into having a schism in Tartaria.
What do you even schism about at that point? Like, I mean, like...
I would have to... No, those guys are enemies. I may have to go deal with them. I don't even know. To be honest, I genuinely don't know. Are they going to meet? Okay, they are in fact besieging Nicaea. Okay, the city should be okay for me to crush it first and then break the siege. But yeah, it is, the fact that this game, kind of, in some vague, nondescript, unintentional way, grants that legitimacy in their arbitrary designation of empires by making it possible to create a centralized Tartaria, as opposed to, you know, the historical reality of,
New campaign idea, man. Tartaria, for real.
Oh god, no.
We become the actual world superpower then.
Dang it, I might have to split my army. Can I do that quick, before I lose this?
One time I looked at the Tartaria subreddit after you mentioned it on the server, there was a lot of stuff about, like, the lost tribes of Israel. I don't know, it seems like they're really, like, there's a real grab bag of conspiracy theories in their overall, you know, Tartaria super theory.
Oh yeah, it is a massive grab bag of everything. Oh, so we have started besieging Nicaea immediately again. And, okay, my, Huh. So, my new wife just gave birth to another daughter.
Oh.
Neat.
Oh, you get...
New lifestyle perk, we can commission an epic now. And we get Life of Glory, yeah. And Dignitas. Some of those will be really strong. Wait, where are my two armies going? Hello? You need to go back this way, because I need to actually reunify them, because otherwise we're going to get in trouble here. What's happening in the siege, meanwhile? We have not busted down the walls, because we have no siege weapons. Smart of us. What if we can make one of those? We cannot make one of those. Reasonable. But we can increase the size of this to size 2. And be okay. Okay, I might need to abandon this siege to crush them, because they just went... Yes, please, I want both of them. I want both. Please, march on Abydos. Jesus, I kinda dislike this UI, because there's way too much going on when things get busy. And so now I can't actually freaking... Let me, like, deselect this thing, please. Move to Abydos, please. Thank you. There we go. Yes! Anyway, we are going to squish these guys attacking Abydos, and then...
Nice.
Interesting. So that guy's an enemy army, technically, right? He might be an enemy. It's not totally clear. But we will squish these guys, no problem. Yeah. Okay. Problem solved. Anyway, having busted up our whole Doom stack, let's go back and recapture Nicaea. Is there another siege ongoing? Yeah. They're doing this assault thing. Actually might be able to go all the way this way and break this siege, even though that's about even on army size. Oh, did they just abandon it? Aww. Aww, apparently I rescinded being a marshal. I'm sad.
Oh.
I'm sad about that. I was good at being a marshal. Meanwhile, I don't know what this guy's gonna do. But this is a thing with the military here. You can see we're kind of just running around doing stuff.
What exactly is the Emperor doing while all of this is happening?
Yeah, does it matter?
Just hanging out?
Yeah.
I guess
We're going to bust this army because they're abandoning it as soon as we chase. You guys kind of suck. I'm not a fan of this because if I just have to keep running, because they refuse to freaking. At least this way, if I'm fighting in Phrygia instead, I might be okay, even though I think they're going to try and walk back to Nicaea, or no, walk back to Abydos and cause problems there. We'll see. I don't know what they're doing, and I hate it. Oh, they're going back to besiege this place again. Okay. But they're slow, so I should be okay. Anyway, there was recently on our Ask Historians a AMA related to CK3 that I was a part of.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And one of the questions was actually related to this military thing, where it becomes easily possible, as you can see, for two enemies to essentially occupy the entire space at once. Okay, so they're going to retake that, and then we'll retake the others. No, they're not retaking that. Peculiar. Anyway, why won't they actually freaking face me? I'm not happy about that. Are they going for Abydos now? Probably are. Yeah.
I've already lost. I've completely lost the track on this.
They have mostly. Mostly, I have been. It has been. Oh, I can't break the walls, so I can't assault it. But I should have enough time to... This one is going slowly, so I should have enough time to finish this siege, retake Nicaea, and then go to Abydos, and be okay. Hopefully. Oh no. Oh no.
Action created against it.
Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. Although there is no way to conclusively prove it, Duke Romanos of Armeniac has brought forward evidence that Constantinos is not the son of Basil I, but was fathered by that he is in fact my brother.
What?
Who was my first player character. How could my own father do this to us? So this is... I don't actually remember if he is... So that might cause a problem. Meanwhile, hopefully we can get there in time to stop this, stop them from taking this, because them taking my capital would be quite... Yeah, okay. There we go. Amazing. My wife is apparently excellent, so she travels the realm and is so good at martial that we're good.
Nice.
So we'll gain more prestige, because I like prestige. Come on, we can cut them off. Yeah. We're in a bad situation, though. We might lose this. Really disadvantageous for us. This is close. This is about as close as it can get. Wow. The entire field is full of dead. The entire field, turned into bad situations.
Oh.
Well, that was a time.
Too close for comfort.
Way too close for comfort. Are you kidding me? Because it was like 2 away. If that'll be enough to make you abandon. Nope, it's not going to make you abandon. Ha! I can chase them down. Okay, now they're abandoning. Dang it! And I can't chase them down far enough, which is a problem. Anyway, let's go attack here instead. And if they besiege this one, I don't super care. Oh no. This is kind of frustrating. The AI tactics are terrible, and I hate them. Because, while on the one hand, you know, it makes some sense that they are perhaps not the most eager to fight pitch battles. The fact that they just run away every time I come close bothers the hell out of me, because it means I can't do anything. Cool, he's committed to that. I can cut him off there. Come on, cut him off. Yeah, there we go. Even though this is not a good battlefield for us, our guys should be okay. What I don't know is how to control this, because it really is just kind of doomstack, even though they were consistently favored through that entire battle. I just doomstacked and won. So, there's no strategy involved in this. I think they simplified it from CK2, and so it's just turning into run around and hunt them until someone happens to get into a good position. But their military is pretty well shattered at this point. I'm not too worried about them.
Mostly rolled them up.
Oh, meanwhile, my marshal just died because he got old. Well, problem solved. And they're besieging there again, but that's okay. Cool, and we just became faithful. More faith, more faith. Sadly, I don't think we busted these walls to be able to attack it, so we might lose Nicodemia, but in return we gain Phrygia. So this is wild. Do you want to talk about like some of the tactics in the Ottoman or in the Islamic expansion?
Yeah, I was thinking about because I mean, like we were talking about earlier, you took an Avar bride here, and I mean, there's a really interesting Brill publication that came out, I believe, just a few years ago, in 2016 or something like that, called The Byzantine Turks, which just discusses the history of Turkic peoples inside the Byzantine Empire, like, prior to, their encounter with the Ottoman Empire. And I mean, like, residing within Byzantine borders. And like this sort of thing where it's like you see these Turkic marriages was not at all unusual, especially considering the fact that like the Bulgar tribes were a Turkic people, and Bulgar brides were not uncommon. Avar brides, like we saw in our case, but it's pretty cool. Like especially ones that had converted like from the earlier Pannonian migrations. It's a pretty interesting phenomenon.
Cool.
I don't think that there's been much research on the sort of unlike marriages at a level below the imperial level, but I have to assume that they also existed if they existed at the imperial level.
Yeah, I mean, I would think it would be overwhelmingly likely that they would exist.
Yeah. Oh, it is pretty cool. The Byzantine, and I mean, right now didn't Basil the First just die? We're in the Macedonian dynasty of the Byzantines, and we have no idea what those guys were ethnically. I mean, we think, right? I mean, he was born in Macedonia. His parents may have been Armenian. His parents may have been Slavic. His parents may have been Bulgar. I think that's a very neat way to show the sort of the interesting ethnic makeup of the Byzantine Empire around this time.
Absolutely.
Although I think that Basil had a genealogy fabricated for himself that goes back to Constantine the Great. I mean, obviously he had to do it at some point, but yeah, of course. But I think that very confused, murky beginning of the dynasty, I think is a nice way to represent it in general.
Wow. Okay, so my eldest child just came of age,
Nice.
and so she became really good at. She's pretty good at intrigue, and she because she's a genius, because my whole family is. Her stats across the board are pretty great. It does mean it's probably time to marry her off to someone, but I want to do that in I'll have to interrupt that siege. Anyway, I want to marry that off to someone. Honestly, if there's anyone royal level,
Leader
that would be better.
Of Peasant Revolt. Ah, yes, the great nation of Peasant
Indeed. Oh boy. Marriages between like Western Europe, because you can see most of the people we're looking at here, not all, but many, are European, were pretty rare, but hardly impossible. So, actually, it's related to one of the Crusades. Was actually part of the reason to call the Crusade was that was an attempt to marry to the daughter of the Byzantine emperor for the French king fell through as a part of the political alliance. Instead, there was an attempt to call a crusade. The crusade failed, actually, because the Byzantine emperor died, and then the next one was much more willing to marry off the princess. But it's Liutprand of Cremona made two visits to Constantinople, and the first time they treated him extremely well, and he was all joyous and trying to be kind to them and etc. and trying to get that alliance. The second time he visited, there was no chance of that marriage happening, and he just complains the entire time about how terrible Constantinople is and how shit they treated him, because he may have been a little bit salty.
I hate it.
Uh-huh.
Can you imagine? That's pretty funny.
Uh-huh. It's super funny. Maybe, that being said, like, by and large, part of the reason for that reluctance is that uh, female members of the household are extremely valuable because they are, when they get married, they are kind of unofficial diplomats. Across the medieval world, this is true. They are unofficial diplomats, spy masters, they're a little bit of everything to help maintain relations between the two states. That means a princess was incredibly influential and had a lot of utility as an object and a lot of utility in her own right as a person. That marrying her off kind of restricted one of those, not the other one, because of course women have agency and female nobility had a whole bunch of different ways to claim agency despite the circumstances of their existence. So it is definitely a little bit interesting. Okay. So, maybe we marry her off to the Coptic guy. Ah, yes, the leader, Theodald of the populist uprising. Yeah, maybe we marry her off to High Chieftain Matthias. Why he's a High Chieftain in Egypt who is, Coptic is a question I do not particularly want to know. Oh wow, this kid is turning out pretty great. He is my player heir, so I'm the one currently educating him, but I can educate him with someone else, right? I don't know if I want to, because it should be me. Was he not my ward? I wonder if I just failed to make him my ward correctly. Oh, and you're only a mere intelligent. Luckily, he still is turning out well, even if he was not actively my ward until right now. And he's curious? Yeah. So, and you can be educated somewhere else. Let's see. I can have my daughter educate her. Amazing.
That's
Probably not the best idea, but everyone likes me, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, thank you.
I can do what I want.
Exactly. I have the power. This army of one guy. Huh. I took Zacharias out playing with a bow, and wow, good job, dude. Ambitious.
Yeah, I'm not hesitating the slightest to bring it down. All right, man. That's
Yeah,
kinda
stay
dark.
ambitious. Ambitious is
dark,
good
that's
because he's a player heir, and that's just generally. Hello, my army, please. Can we chase them down? Do we have the power? No, we do not have the power. Dang nabbit. Just a hair too slow. That's a bishopric. I can't actually sink a bishopric. I need to go to the castle up here. Hello? Dangerous faction. The peasant rabble? Where?
Is that one of the guys who was supposed to? Is that the same dude as the peasant revolt dude who was being talked about earlier? That one of the marriage options. It's the same guy.
Potentially. Wow. Oh, these are in fact from everywhere. I don't know. What can I do? Council? Suppress. Can I interrupt? No, that's disrupting schemes.
How does the faction system even work?
I'm not entirely sure. But I guess I could. I mean, I could just stick my military in there. That's part of that. It does look like is that they are having some troubles. That's the one out here. Yeah, these are all the places that I recently conquered, or semi-recently conquered. So, I don't know how to change that. Chat, do you have any suggestions on how to squish this? Because I don't want to reduce county control. It's not super important, but you know, the fact that peasant revolts are being successful is frustrating. Yeah, it's not great. I'm not a fan. And obviously, like, the solution is to not just to tell my council to do things, or tell my marshal to go squish them, even though that would be handy.
I'm not really very familiar with the history of peasant revolts in the Byzantine Empire. Outside of the ones
I
that kind of
know
are
extremely little about it in just the Byzantine Empire broadly.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Moravian revolt of like the 1450s, but I mean that's like well after. I mean, it's I think it's already after Mehmed has taken Constantinople. It's just within his like the Moravian Paleologians who already like paid vassalage to him, and yeah, they just messed. That's a whole thing in itself. There was like a brief period in which he had vassals who were Byzantine princes, but they kind of bungled the job, and they fought each other a lot. There were two of them, and eventually he just stripped both of them of their rights, and that was it basically. That was the last of their lines ruling anything. Yeah, It's a pretty ignominious way. Yeah, so there was actually a period after 1453 where they still ruled. I mean, albeit as vassals, but. But yeah, there was one of them. The Moravian revolt of the 1450s was that was a peasant revolt. I mean, obviously it's much later than now, but I was just mentioning. That's the only one I can think of.
Of course. It doesn't give me a head of the peasant rabble, which is odd. Because I thought I was supposed to.
The nation of the peasant revolt.
Exactly. But it didn't actually generate a head I can tab into from the factions. Oh well. We'll see where these guys are going, and it partially I think is probably related to, you know. Okay, you are retreating to the same place I am going, so that's quite helpful. We can actually squish them now. Yay! We doomstack and we win. They did simplify it from CK2 where you could actually like have flanks and some semblance of tactics, but Can I just besiege this one instead of worrying on trying to stay nearby? Because I'm close to this war. I am very close, but... Oh! Neat. Oh, dang it, it expired because I was still reading it. No, please, army. Army, go walk. Because I don't want to be losing, dang it. Oh. Huh, my rival just died. Not that he did anything to affect me, but... I'm just chasing people again. Oh, good, I caught them, though. Yeah! More fights. Okay, I guess I can do that. Yeah, I'll do that and then I can just increase counter control again later. Oh, what happened? Why do I have an empty council position? Oh, because my rival died. Whoops. Oh boy, none of these guys are good. Start by Steers.
Only other people, whereas big brain is the family you seem to have.
Exactly. if only I could make exclusively family members my entire council, I would be in perfect condition. Oh boy, so I could recruit this guy to court, who is kind of my best guy, who is a drunkard, and he's also Nestorian and Bedouin, but he's staying in my court at the time. Don't know.
That is interesting.
Yes, indeed. The Ubaidid. Where is he from? I'm aware that you're culturally Bedouin. Oh, interesting. What are we seeing here? Because what thing? Oh, we're looking at the houses. Okay. Where is House Ubaidid? Can we go to you? No? Let me... Where are you based in? I don't see your highlight. What were you gonna say while I try and find her?
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I was thinking of the only, like, made, like, Arab dynasty of note that I can think of that was Nestorian was, the Lakhmids. The Lakhmids that, no longer exist and have not existed in a long time. They were conquered during the Muslim conquest, the Rashidun conquest. But they used to be a vassal state of the Sassanid Empire, and they were Nestorians, and I think Nestorians for several centuries. But I'm not sure if there was any other like notable Nestorian Arab dynasty. There's a lot of other Christian Arab dynasties, but I mean Nestorian in particular.
Uh-huh.
Also,
okay.
I don't know why they would be Bedouin on top of that.
I don't know.
That's just that's its own thing.
That's just their That's just their cultural group. Speaking of which, we should check what. Do I actually get to control what the cultural group is here? I don't think I do. We're working on barracks still. But it is after 900, so we can actually. Apparently we need to wait 9 years for us to actually reach there. A sufficient level of development in order to be early medieval and get things like walls.
I'm just thinking of a guy like waiting, like looking at a clock, like, all right, boys, almost there.
Yep.
Yep. Marking off the days.
Just working on things like walls. The thing that the Byzantine Empire definitely, famously, never had.
Did not have. Was not known for.
Nope, no clue. While literally highlighting the thickest walls, the thickest walls in Europe. Oh boy.
It hurts, man.
It hurts. You are just standing still. Don't just stand still. Go find some place to go. Indeed. Thank you. I'm glad to see you. Where are they going? Because that's like not enough people to actually do the siege. That's like just straight up not enough people. Oh. Huh. Uh-oh.
You
Uh-oh.
died?
I died!
You died, of old age. At 62?
That is a respectable age to die, but it is really poorly timed.
Wow. I remember you saying your son was doing pretty alright.
My son was doing pretty alright, but the problem is I'm only 12 years old.
He's also 12. Hey,
yeah.
Mehmed was 12. He also fucked up his first reign, so but we'll ignore that for now.
Yeah, exactly. But, well, may it lead us, though we may have some small beginnings now, may it lead us to greatness.
Yeah, alright. I fought in 3 wars.
Uh-huh. Okay, I need to deal with some issues now, because I've got a lot.
what happens when someone does it just like transfer like or is like what all changes immediately like
So it depends on how badly you fucked up. So like when I was playing the tutorial where I started in Ireland, my best friend, my son and heir, and then I all died in the same battle. Which left the only player character left being the daughter I had married off to the king or to a duke in Scotland. So suddenly I was playing as an entirely different country, entirely different like realm, as the spouse of someone else.
well
In which case, literally everything changes. Like the game functionally may as well have restarted. Have fun.
well then
There went any semblance of continuity you thought you had.
at least in this case it seems less dire.
Seems a little bit less dire. It's not
Yeah.
not a great situation in general, but huh.
How do you get your guy to die? Like, assuming that you have some dude who's around, but you have an heir that's ready. Could you kill them? Could you intentionally get them to die?
Yeah, you can do murder.
Oh,
It's not even actually all that hard to do. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about fabricating too much of a claim here. Not yet. Because I need to... the faction targeting me disbanded, the peasant rabble have disbanded... Okay. So hopefully the rest of it should continue pretty much as normal. Though the army here needs a commander, and my commander needs to be him. That should speed up the siege quite significantly. Hopefully I can beat this siege before that happens. Oh boy, I'm still forming. Oh no. So while I'm pretty good, I don't have much prowess, but I have everything else. But it's also shiny, or adults can be so much fun to talk to. What does being greedy actually do for us? It's bad. It makes us worse at the one thing we are good at.
what's the other one?
Gregarious, so we just like talking, which improves our diplomacy instead of reduces it.
Better. That seems better.
It does seem
A lot
better. Yeah, we're still very much in formation time. We should arrange a marriage for ourselves. See if there's anyone. We can marry another Turkish person.
Ah, another Avar.
Yes. Is she Avar? No, she's Ogos.
Oh, all right. So like actual Seljuks. That's the.
Should we invite the Seljuks in? It is the 10th century. We have the power.
I solely look at hat quality.
It's true. She will lose the hat.
That is sad. That's a tragedy.
It is because these
Is
hats
she
are
Nestorian?
What?
Is she Nestorian? Or,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's interesting.
This is going to be weird. We'll see if we need to make her somehow persuade her to convert to Orthodoxy, but I'm sure it's fine.
It'll work itself out.
Yeah, exactly. We have Seljuk allies now. It'll be fun. Oh crap! I need to abandon this siege because they're going faster than I am. I still might not make it in time because I didn't realize the siege progress was going so fast. That's really close. I really don't want them to take that. Oh, damn it! I'll just retake that immediately. Because it's my capital, I kinda need it. Are they actually going to come attack me? No, they're going to walk all around the other place. and have it be boring. Okay. Anyway, we'll turn that down, let that run in the background a little bit, maybe. Hey, Ragemaster, glad you can join us. And, let's see. What else is going on in the world? I wonder what happened. I wonder what has happened over here. The Umayyads seem to have gone a bit crazy. Wow.
Whoa! They were not doing good a second ago.
Yeah.
They were in a very bad place, and
I mean,
I guess not.
Yeah, and apparently Navarra has become
Umayyad Valador. What the?
Navarra is now ruled by someone Islamic. So
Pamplona Sultanate. Oh, so they've. Oh then. Is that
Oh,
like
yeah.
What, is that like? Is that supposed to be like a branch house of the? Was it said? There was another Umayyad state or statelet. It was. Is it like
Yeah.
a branch house of the Umayyads or something?
yes, it is. It is in fact, yeah. So it is the cadet branch from Al-Hakam ibn Muhammad. Or actually, no, sorry. It is one of the cadet branches. He just formed it. Because there's also, yeah. So he just formed that cadet branch. While everyone else is part of the Umayyad house. Cool. Oh, there's another cadet house over here. Balashkid. Another one that just formed. Apparently they got a little bit big, because,
Oh, I guess it'll do that. Let's run.
a lot of kids.
Wow. They are doing well for themselves.
They are doing good. They're going to be scary in like a century or two. Alternatively, they'll completely self-destruct and it'll be fine.
Oh, yeah. they'll break into a million.
Exactly. Either way, it'll be a good time. Anyway, is there anything else that jumps to mind on, I don't know, I guess, warfare in the Dar al-Islam? And, like, obviously, like, what we're doing is just running around doing sieges, basically. The entire time. Nothing but sieges. Though, sadly, with no... I'm bleeding gold, so I don't want to hire mercenaries, but at the same time, oh boy, we got unlucky, with that.
Are the
So-
mercenaries just sort of generic, or like, do you hire
Uh,
specific companies or something?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
do they
you can
have,
hire
like,
specific
special-
companies. So here are all the bands we have available. They're all one type of thing,
Ah,
and you can hire them from all over the place for some amount of money. I think I do need them, though, because... Hey, Alemannic Guard, also known as some Germans.
I think I saw something that said Varangians.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is that-
You can just hire the Varangian Guard.
they just work for they just work for anybody.
Yeah. Only the Byzantines can hire them. They're a, like, region-specific one.
Oh,
And
alright.
thank you for the follow, Ragemaster. I appreciate that. We did not take a look at the tenants. We've got, like 25 minutes left in the stream. Which means we can totally look at the faiths here. I just want to finish up this war, which is taking a long-ass time, because that way we'll be in a decent spot to make it all recover.
Yeah.
Oh,
we can.
I-
Yeah, the tenants. I feel like is a whole. That's a whole world on its own. We took a look. I saw a little bit of it when we were talking about the
Uh-huh.
Muwallad, religion, and it was that looked very hellish. That's its own. I think that has to be dealt with in its own time.
We can go into it a little bit. I think If you want to, we definitely don't need to. I want to go into my lifestyle though, because I don't have one of those picked.
For the new player character.
Yeah, I don't remember how to do that. Another diplomacy, military strength, titles. I do not remember how to do that. Hopefully it will alert me again, because that I don't have any lifestyle selected. Do you guys remember how to get into the lifestyle menu? Because it's somewhere, and I'm worried that I'm just losing. I'm kind of just. Which way are you walking? Oh, good, you're walking right at me. Hilarious. Okay, could you not? No? Commit to it, please. Stop it! Jesus, this is so frustrating. We should catch up to them before it matters though. Yeah, we caught up to them. There we go. We will easily win this. As we kind of postured back and forth in a very stupid way. But we are so close to done with this. It is just like one more siege, I think. 2 more sieges? Something like that. They don't have enough people left, and they keep refusing to... Okay, I need him to start doing things. Council. Increase control in the county. This is critical. This one is still. We'll do it in Abydos first, because that should be fairly quick. Okay. And look at that. In general, everyone kind of is kind of trash. Oh, they're besieging Abydos again. I just got there. Jesus. At least I'll have time to intercept them this time. I at least should have no problem intercepting them. Ta-da, see? No problem. I don't have anywhere nearby I can even, like, deal with. Frustrating. Anyway, what else is going on? What? I just made you... A
helpful warning.
From Mathiodos, or Cosmas, who just became my vassal. I got granted the vassal of Rhodes, or being in charge of Rhodes. But I will do that, because we'll see if this is a genuine faction against no factions. What we can do, though, is that's an enemy. Is that an actual enemy army? That would be frustrating. What I can go is go into my council, and no, that's secrets. I need her to be working on disrupting schemes.
Are you going somewhere?
Anyway, as always, this game ends up being quite dumb. Okay, I lose this quite badly.
If you wanted to get something to eat today, because I said we could, but or if you just wanted to cook something.
Okay, well, that went. Wow.
Whenever you're done,
Yeah.
don't rush. I'm not hungry right now. If you're
Holy
hungry,
cow.
I will eat in like 15 minutes.
Our entire army just.
Yikes. Did you lose that one?
Yeah, and I lost, like, literally my entire army.
whole army?
Yeah, I went from
That's brutal.
2300 to 3, so I want a white piece. And I just want to end this war before things get too weird. Okay, nothing changed, but that's okay. He just got a new ally right at the end. I get a puppy! I get a puppy!
Gotta be. Obviously, you should take it. I mean, no question.
Absolutely. Okay, so we can disband all our armies, our one guy left, and hope then we can. With that, we solved our war problem, having failed horribly, for no fault of our own, just very stupid, very stupid AI. We got a puppy, and let's spend the rest of the time looking at some of these faiths with our last 15 minutes, just briefly. Nothing too scary. If you're okay with doing that.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, definitely.
So our I wonder if we can actually check what all of the tenants are. I don't think so, sadly. So tenants in this game are just kind of unique quirks and rights, while doctrines are things they have to do things. Okay, interesting. So within all the Islamic faiths, apparently Sunni versus Shia is just in the faiths?
Alright.
Is Muhakkima supposed to be? Because Ali was Muhammad's rightful successor. Is that a separate thing?
Not. I mean, it's not like a tenant or anything like that. I
No.
mean, it's just it kind of seems like a misuse of the term. It's like a muwallad sort of deal again.
Yeah. Interesting. Let's just
What exactly is Azraqism? Because I have never heard of that in my life.
Exactly. I mean, is Muhakkima supposed to be like Shia?
I have no idea what that was supposed to be. I
'Cause
mean,
it's-
I think they're Khawarij, but I mean, I don't think that's like an independent thing, at all, ever.
They're saying Ali was Muhammad's rightful successor, as opposed to Abu Bakr. So.
I suppose. I mean, it seems like it just sounds like Khawarij to me, but
Yeah.
what do I know?
More than I do. Anyway, looks like it's just some kind of fundamentalist warmongering doctrine, which is grim. It's grim. This is another one that is Sufri is apparently also the same thing. Yeah. And I'm deeply confused.
Sufism is. I don't get it.
I'm deeply confused. I have no idea what they're going for with some of these.
I don't know. Some of these, like literalism is defined as separate from, outside of what's it called? What was the other one in the Ashari? Did they say fatwa? It was the other one.
Yeah, fatwa and jizya.
Like that also exists. Like I mean, like these the literalist schools. Like I mean, Zahiris don't not believe in fatwas. I mean, I don't know what that's supposed to imply. And
Exactly.
I mean, Hanbalis are considered literalists, right, or textualists, and I don't think that they're outside of the Ahlus Sunnah. I don't know. I don't really understand what's happening here.
Oh, is there? Oh yeah, other faiths here. Oh, perfect. We can see all of them at the same time. Thank you.
Oh man. Valon. Thanks, man.
Oh man. Interesting. Al-Mohadism is its own faith.
Al-Mohadism.
I
Is that just when you're a Zahiri, but you also believe that a guy in a cave is the Mahdi?
I don't know. We can actually check what's different between Almohadism and Zayidism.
Hmm?
So Zayidi says legalism, jihad. I don't know why it does it. Why it like says struggle and submission, which is just jihad. But it doesn't translate a fatwa. It doesn't translate jizya. But for some reason, I mean,
some of these, these are not like these are really weirdly like delineated. Because I mean, a lot of these things are not like in opposition to each other. I don't like what where does legalism begin, and I guess a fatwa tradition, whatever that is, and like it's very confusing. I don't understand it, and I don't pretend to understand it.
Also, isn't isn't the principle of taqiyya just like standard through the Umayyads and the Abbasids? Well, the principle itself, it's definitely considered more of a Shia thing, because Shia have been the minority, generally speaking, so I mean, that just makes sense. But I mean, the principle of just concealing your beliefs if you would be killed for exposing them, I think that's, general. In and like,
of itself.
you're allowed to convert a name as long as you do what you need. As with all things in Islam, it's kind of, don't actively injure yourself for the sake of this.
Just be pragmatic. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's like I said, it's associated with Shiism because of that, but it's not like it's something that they hold above other sects or something like that. Or it's just a general principle. I don't know why it would be considered like a unique tenet.
It's super weird. Also, looks like Almohads are basically completely unlike the Zayidis. Except that they both... Because fundamentalists...
They have Zaydis, but they don't have Zahiris?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they're not doing... they're not doing schools. Like, they're not actually doing schools like...
Exactly.
Malikism. They're not actually doing schools of thought. Just doing sects.
Essentially, it looks like...
but then they also have Ash'arism. Like, it really doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, which is...
I get that they wanted to do something more complicated than Sunni, but and you kind of blew it, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird because ultimately, I think what the system is kind of built for is, of course, in Christianity.
That would make sense.
And importantly, modeling all of the heresies, which apparently the Lollards already exist. Proud of them.
I wonder what they have for... Oh, well, they do have an Ismailism. Ismailis, there are a lot of sects of Ismailis. A lot of sects of Ismailis. But, yeah, I wonder what they have with that.
So, I just want to point out that apparently John Wycliffe already existed. We're in 909. Apparently John Wycliffe has already translated the Bible into Middle English. Just gonna throw that one out there. Congratulations.
What does this faith scheme look like for Christianity, actually? I'm kind of curious now.
Actually, we can see all of them. Which, some of them are wild. Catholicism, Orthodoxy, Coptic, fine. Apostolic, fine. Insular Christianity is something that's different from Catholicism in some way.
Was that the Irish...
Yeah, it's Irish Christianity. Well, they definitely did weird things. They would have considered themselves Catholic, and so the fact that it's not considering them Catholic... Yeah. Lollardy is... Hang on, denouncing many common sacraments like baptism, Lawler told that the Holy Bible is the only valid source of doctrine and that teachings not directly based on that are... Not quite. That's not quite what that looks like. Actually, it's nowhere close, to be honest. They are one of the many proto-Protestant movements that suggest that.
Like how
What-
their representation of the Georgian church is just Christianity in Georgian. Christiani.
Yep, Christiani. Yep. Yep.
Yes.
Anyway, other fun things. I mean, Christiani Nestorian, which is super radical, but yeah, spread all across Asia for strange reasons, but it's cool. It's super cool. Valdensians,
Waldensians didn't exist either, did they? Not by this point.
not at this point at all. Let me double check when they emerged. Yeah, they're 12th century, 12th and early 13th century. And another proto-Protestant thing. A lot of these have the same kind of complaint, which is saying that the church has strayed into too much of things that are not focused on devotion and interpreting the Bible. Conversos. Oh, weird. Oh, no. Oh.
Uh-huh.
Ew. The conversos originate when Jewish communities were forcibly converted to Christianity.
Oh
Though
my
they have
God.
embraced their new faith, they still remember their old traditions and are sympathetic to those who still follow
What?
them.
What?
Yikes!
What? So being a crypto Jew is a Christian sect?
Apparently, yeah, or being having anything resembling Jewish syncretism suggests that you are.
You're part of the Converso sect. Who
Uh-huh.
wrote this? Did
I
the
got-
actual- did
I got nothing.
Torquemada actually write this himself?
The wild one here that they don't have yet is Adamitism, which is a real thing that existed in early history and then had one revivalist movement that didn't last very long. But the one who does crazy things like holds services naked. Yeah, they did that and would go like do processions through town, naked to convert people and preach of kind of a return to original state, trying to undo original sin.
Nature kind of thing. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they're super cool. They didn't last very long, and there was one revival in Bohemia in the 14th century under the Hussites,
Huh.
but it also did not last very long. Anyway, also, notably absent from this list of things that I appreciate that they don't call them heresies, but long list of kind of heresies are the Hussites.
Wow.
The literal most successful Catholic reform movement. In the 14th century, Jan Hus in Bohemia raises a revolt against the perceived illegitimacy of the church and what seems to be like a failure in its role in guiding people and is strayed from proper doctrine. This becomes hugely successful, and the faith that he establishes essentially has political influence, basically converts the entire Czech nobility, and lasts until 1620.
Man, the Hussite wars are pretty baller.
The Hussite wars are incredibly baller, and it takes until the battle at Bila Hora, but the slaughter thereafter, where the Counter-Reformation Catholic military ends up slaughtering most of the Czech nobility, and then instituting a brutal re-Catholicization that lasts for 100 and something years.
The Hussite movement itself had like internal factions, right? I remember.
Oh yeah, it was in no way,
right,
shape, or
like-
form unified, but it's
It'd be
neat.
cool to at least get a shout out. I mean, if we're doing
It was in
something
CK2.
Converso- Oh, okay. So they took that out and they put in Conversos.
I got nothing. This is the one thing that
Wait,
makes
they
me
have Nizarism as separate from Ismailism?
apparently, yeah.
How does that make any goddamn sense? What is a Nizari then?
Rationalist faith that
Nizari?
emphasizes reasoning and reinterpretation of the Quran and the Hadiths. Being Imam is hereditary, and they trace the line of succession to Ali. So it's a Shia
What?
subset.
They're
Versus-
literally they're Ismailis. Like they're the like I mean the current like the actual living Ismaili sect today is the Nizaris. They're called the Nizari Ismaili faith. What?
Hilarious.
Bizarre.
What's up with this? I mean, there's two wild ones here. Imami? Like, what? How is that a... I have no idea what this is supposed to be.
I don't get it either. Wait. 12er imams or prophecies till he's old. Isn't that just 12erism?
It looks like it's 12erism.
It just looks like being a 12er.
But why that? Why did they change the name of it?
Is that a catch-all term? But I mean, isn't that true? Believing in a set of imams and then an eventual Mahdi to come. Apparently, the reason why. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just reading chat.
Yep.
But yeah, no. There's another. Yeah, I don't understand that.
Yep.
Quranism-
I'm curious about this one.
Quranism is. Oh, I'm sorry. Which one were you looking at?
I'm curious about Jerusalem.
Druze as a Muslim faith is itself kind of fraught. Like, Druze today don't consider themselves Muslim, but it wasn't necessarily true in the like they are okay. So they're an Ismaili subgroup originally. The way that the Fatimid Caliphate worked, I think, if you'll recall, they themselves were Ismaili Shias, right? The Fatimids. And so they actually had a living imam, and the ruler, the Fatimid Caliph, was the imam at any given time, right? Which also meant that anytime there was a succession war in the Fatimid Empire, it also became like a religious schism within Ismailism, which is where every single Ismaili sect comes from. Most of them are extinct now. But the Nizaris, that's where they come from. They supported a Prince Nizar over his brother as the Fatimid Caliph, and they lost, and then they basically get kicked out to Iran, and they and Iraq as well. But yeah, that's where they come from. That's why they're a thing. But yeah, these guys are one of them. They are so when the Caliph Al-Hakam, he goes mad. He's called the Mad Caliph. Obviously it's not clear how actually crazy he was. He probably wasn't like actually mentally ill, but he goes missing. And the Druze originally form out of the group of Ismailis that say he didn't actually die when he went missing. He basically went into occultation like the 12th Imam in 12er Shiism. And then from there they absorb a lot of Neoplatonist theology.
Gnostic.
They have very Gnostic. Yeah, they believe in reincarnation, which I think is pretty much unique in the Islamic, like in sort of like out of a Islamic or Islam derived faith. I don't know if there's another one that has reincarnation as a tenet. But yeah, the Druze are very, very interesting. I don't think that they would be considered separate from I guess if we're making Nizari separate from Ismaili, then yeah, I guess take them out as well. But I mean, yeah, but I don't think that they would be considered separate from the Ismailis at this point. It doesn't seem
certainly. It sounds like in the period they wouldn't be considered Ismaili, and today they aren't even considered. They wouldn't call themselves Muslim.
Well, yeah. So what Druze consider themselves is pretty fraught, even for Druze. But yeah, a lot of Muslims, obviously, like Muslim, like religious authorities, don't consider them Muslim. But yeah, they themselves have, I guess, varied on the issue. I think now generally everyone considers them separate, but it's kind of like a Baha'i sort of thing. But or it was once part of a Shia sect and now has sort of diverged enough. But as it always happens with this sort of thing, I guess the boundaries are fuzzy in a political sense. But yeah, not sure why they're here.
Not sure why this is going on right now.
Yeah, I mean they do not exist. They are just a thing that the game can model. They currently have 0 counties following this faith. So
Helloism and no,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just reading something.
They're just
Go ahead.
defining things weird. Oh, and thank you, thank you, Rage Master, for letting us know that. Like, apparently, the reason the Hussites don't exist is that they couldn't meaningfully distinguish them from the Lollards. In which case, I would think my stance is if you can't reasonably distinguish the two, even though Lollards are earlier, the Hussites are way more influential. If you're gonna pick one, pick them. But no, clear Anglophone bias. But, you know, so be it. And, I mean, there's gotta be something. Their political contexts are just so different that there had to be something that could separate them out, but fine. I disagree with Paradox's decisions on functionally every level.
Wait, quick question. What the hell is ikhtilafism?
This ikhtilaf is a principle. It just means anytime
There's a disagreement between scholars in a religious, in a question of religion, right? Like anytime they don't agree on something, it's called ikhtilaf. It is not a sect.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a principle. I honestly I can't begin to understand that. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I got nothing because this does not help us at all. So, to read it out loud, Ikhtilafis believe in the divine nature of the infallible Imams, starting with Ali. God has not only appointed and inspired them, but partially inhabits them to guide their acts and by extension all of the Ummah.
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
That's just that sounds like it's just straight up made up nonsense.
Yeah, I really believe this was created whole cloth. I don't know anything about it.
Where are they? I wonder. Can we actually see where
So
they?
all the ones that are highlighted like in color are ones that exist somewhere in the world.
Yeah. Well, if they're grayed out, they don't exist yet. There are currently 8 counties that follow this. I just need to find them. Koshai, walk. Ah, here. Yeah. So they're in the edge of the Persian Gulf, basically. Basically modern Kuwait. With one little bit out here. Yeah.
That is bizarre.
It-
I don't really know what to say about it. But yeah, it's strange. It's strange. I'll leave it at that, I guess.
I think that sums up pretty much everything about how they're representing the Dar al-Islam in Crusader
Yeah.
Kings 3, at least as of October 2020. Talk to us in 5 years, it may look completely different.
Yeah, but like Valan says in the chat, yeah, Mu'tazila aren't allowed to have a head of faith for some reason, even though they controlled the Abbasid Caliphate for like a significant period of time. Like, it's weird.
It's wild. They made some very odd choices in this. So, I disagree with most of them, but, you know, things will just get more and more off the rails here as time goes on. Because I'm really sad that they don't have a third start date. Although they don't have like a 1200 start date. Because think about how much different this whole map starts off if you start in 1200.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it's unrecognizable
And
in a lot of places.
It would be such a different game and such a different game experience that would let them do a lot more. I think, though, a lot of the problems I see here are a result of the fact that they do not let systems change over time. The systems in the 9th century will continue to pretty much be the systems in the 15th century.
There's no
And so
evolution.
they're trying to generalize it way too far for a period that is marked, globally, by things changing rapidly and on a moment's notice. So yeah, I think that's where we leave it off for the day. Do you have any final thoughts, kind of summing up everything we've endured?
No, it's wild, man. I don't really know what in specific would be the larger takeaway. I mean, I guess just just do a bit of reading. Just don't. I think it's, and like you say, it's just the model that's they're trying to make it. It's a one size fits all thing, and you just can't. Like it makes for some bad historical baked in assumptions, right?
Yeah.
Just looking at the Persian Empire there is making my eye twitch a little. Um, but yeah, no, it was a good time talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if it was a bit painful, it was a good time laughing about
Yep.
it. Yeah.
And hopefully, chat, I hope you guys enjoyed too. If you like this, do consider following and subscribing here on Twitch. It helps a whole lot with helping us keep getting more people on and keep getting new games, keep doing stuff. I have plans, like, eventually. I don't think I'll be able to get to Assassin's Creed Valhalla until early next year, but when I do, I have hopes that I can bring some of my colleagues on to talk about the wild stuff that game will have in incredible detail. So, like, if you like having guests on, let me know, so I can kind of keep doing that, keep trying to get experts outside of my wheelhouse, getting this stuff to happen, because honestly, this was great. And yeah, I think that's all I've got. I'm going to drop a link here in chat at the end to the Discord server, just in case anyone is not there yet. That is the place to go to hang out with me and everyone else, and to kind of be updated when streams will happen and what streams will happen. And there you go. Hopefully we will see you guys there. And yeah, have a good rest of your weekend. The next stream will be on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Time. We're going to be turning away from CK3, and we're actually going to look at the thing, alt history, or kind of pseudo history world I really, really like, and we'll be playing some Dishonored. And looking at the whole whale punk aesthetic and why that works so damn well. So I hope we'll see you guys then. That'll be at 7 p.m. Central Time on Wednesday the 7th. Until then, have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks everyone for watching.